What's going on, everybody? It is the broadcast of the Ebony Star Network, sponsored by the E Nation. What's going on? Shout out to everybody in the chat. Phoenix Jean, Truth is, and T. You know, in light of all of this hatred that we have for black women, well, I wouldn't say we, I'm not a part of that. But a lot of men have become corrupted and they have turned against black women, even older men. And they are teaching hatred. And even the ones that aren't teaching hatred, they participate in the hatred. The men of our society have become so weak and so cowardly that the only thing that they can do to try to desperately hold on to what they think is some kind of manly action or some kind of manly existence is to attack women. Now, back in the day when I was growing up, fighting a woman was a cowardly act. It didn't make you a man. But today, fighting a woman, especially a black woman, seems to make you a man, according to them. It's the new act of manhood. According to them, it's how you make your bones as a man today. This new standard of black men or black man today is a man of shame and cowardice, not a man of integrity, not a man of honor, not a man of courage, but a man of shame, a man of weakness, a man of cowardice. He is an abuser of women and a hater of women and children. And he is anti-black family and anti-black. Hates himself to the point of the woman that brought him in this world, he would have no doubt in his mind that if he could, he would eradicate her from this world. That's how much hatred and evil is set in the minds and hearts of today's black man. Well, the black woman is a very, very special woman. We're going to find out tonight just how special she really is. There's a black man named Dr. Delbert Blair. He was assassinated along with his wife. But understand something. His science has never been disproven by either white or black scientists or any scientist. They have never disproven his science, and his science has never been debunked. So with that being said, let's get on with it. Dame, let's go. All right, what's going on, everybody? Welcome to Black Ops Debate. I am the Black Knight. With me, as always, the Lady Knight, Miss Dame Frankie, in the background. She will be riding shotgun with me tonight. This series that I put together is something that I'm going to enjoy doing. This is just the beginning of the series. We have much more heavier science than this. This is just the tip of the iceberg. We've had these conversations before. Is the black woman God? I've always said that she is an earthly deity and the closest to the creator, and also wields the power of the creator by bringing life into this world. And of course, we have whitewashed Negroes who are um, disgustingly in favor of white supremacy over black people. You know, we have some old senile lunatic called RBR who's whitewashed, you know, a super coon who puts white science over black science and claims it's black science over white science, even though he believes white science over everything. And he undermines anything black while telling us that he cares about black people and he wants to help black people. And you have fools over there who actually go along with that and believe that, even though, you know, the obvious is shown. And he's an absolute super coon that hates black people. And he believes white people. And he truly thinks that black people are stupid because white people told him that. But he tells you that white people are the dumbest people on earth and that you believe everything they tell you, when in fact that is a projection. He believes black people are the dumbest people on earth. That's why he believes everything that white people tell him about black people. And he spews that hatred every single day. And you got fools over there listening to him and actually believing everything he says. You know, at first, when I used to go over there, I used to actually think that this guy had something going on. When I realized that he's nothing but an absolute Sambo. And he's a detriment to black society. He does nothing to help black people. He's a leecher off of black people financially because he's broke and lives in squalor. He hates black people. He hates the color of his own skin. He absolutely loathes black women, has no respect for black women at all. He thinks insulting black women and verbally abusing black women and physically abusing black women, as in physically abusing his wife, he thinks that's telling them the truth. An absolute lunatic, a complete Sambo and coon who agrees with showcasing white racists on his show, who he claims is telling black people the truth when they are only there to control him and pay him to carry out the orders that they've given him, which is to spew nothing but absolute hatred and confusion amongst black people by twisting everything about black people inside out, up and down, all around, until it makes absolutely no sense to no one but him. A fool that believes that he's right about everything when he's actually wrong about anything and everything. Says that he's smart but can't do basic math. Says that he's intelligent but can't comprehend basic information. He's a rudimentary thinker at the core, and just an abstract lunatic. And the sad part about it is you have people over there giving him an audience, entertaining him because they think that he's some kind of freak show. And some of them are just as messed up and unbalanced as he is, so they actually believe the nonsense that he's talking. But he's an absolute hater of black people. I can't remember ever coming across a black man that hated black people as much as RBR does. So with that being said, let's get on with something that I'm really going to enjoy. We're going to talk about the capabilities of the black woman and why many think that she is a god or an earthly deity. Now, some of you can't comprehend this information because you've been fed some kind of fairy tale in what a God is, through the Bible and all this other stuff. Some of you think that a God is some spooky boo in the sky, that walks on water and change water into wine and all kinds of other supernatural parlor tricks. So those who are steadfast in that belief won't understand the raw science that's going to be put out in this series. This is real science. And understand something while you're listening to this doctor who has impeccable credentials. Understand this, keep this in mind. His science has never been disproven by anyone, white or black scientists. It has never been disproven. It has never been debunked. Some say this is one of the reasons why he was assassinated along with his wife, because they couldn't disprove his science. This is a man that came out in front of the world and sat in front of the world amongst many white scientists and spoke this knowledge and was not so much as contested by any of the white scientists who were in attention when he gave these press conferences. So keep that in mind. This man has credentials that are impeccable. Okay? All right, and with that being said, Dame, do your FBI thing, please.
All right, let's cover our bases with the fair use. This channel may contain content not authorized for use by its owner. However, according to Section 107 of the Copyright Act of the United States, the fair use, I repeat, the fair use of copyrighted work for purposes such as criticism, comments, news reporting, for those who don't know, teaching, we're going to learn something new today. Scholarship or research is not an infringement of copyright.
All right, y'all. Okay, now keep in mind, this science has never been disproven. It's because they can't disprove it. The science is absolute. We're going to listen to a little bit, and then I'm going to stop it, and I'm going to commentate on it, and we'll move along. All right, Dane, fire it up. This is Dr. Delbert Blair, y'all.
The female body, on a worldwide consideration, retains the characteristics of youth much longer than does the male body. Can you get in the picture? Less or fewer women have hardening of the arteries than men, the incidence of ulcers in men, and again, most of the deterioration and the signs of age show less in the female body than
Now
they
stop.
do in the male body.
Now already he's already in the black woman's body. So when those of you who try to figure out how is she so strong inside to carry children, well, it's because her body is superior. She has a superior body, and this is scientific fact. Play it.
Told you I was going to prove a point. There's more heart failure and apoplexy in men than there is in women. Women can usually hold their breath without deterioration of cell structure deprived of oxygen, and much more less suffocated than men. And women can usually endure cold weather on a general basis better than men, and can adjust to heat temperatures when their thermostat works correctly more so than men. Are you beginning to see the picture of the proof of what my opening statement was? How many of you are still with me? Confusion and puzzlement. Oh, good. Women in general in higher altitudes, like in the Andes Mountains and so, can usually carry heavier loads than men because the muscle fiber is toned better. And the
They
amount of
stop.
oxygen within these.
Okay, again, now he's painting a picture scientifically and medically with things that white scientists won't tell you about black women is that they have a superior body, the most advanced and superior body on earth. Okay? They won't give you this information. And even then, when this information was being shoved in their face, there was nothing that they can do about it because they knew it was true. They know it's true today. And so even though you'll hear this science, you'll still have black men that will tell you that this isn't true. This is absolutely true. This is indisputable science. Okay, this is not any kind of science. This is not white science, which is filled with a bunch of holes in theories that don't never come true. This is exact science from real study. You see, this is what I talked about before. We don't have enough scientists to study our biology, black biology. We only study white biology. You see, when you study white biology, you won't run into this kind of information because our bodies are altogether different from white bodies. The black woman is altogether different from the white woman. So they won't study the black woman's biology because they'll uncover real information. They'll uncover the truth that the black woman's body is absolutely superior. Play it.
Cell structures is greater than that of men. The female brain not only has a finer texture and more complex organization than that of the male, but relative to overall body weight, it is 1/4 pound heavier. There are fewer female baby miscarriages than there are male baby miscarriages. And during childhood, the female is mentally superior to male because the girl of 7, usually because of the rich thyroid hormones, has a brain capacity and a body capacity that dwarfs a boy in both mind and body. They're usually taller, more symmetric, and have better brain cohesion and function than does the boy. So now you understand that I have hopefully proven to you my opening statement. Is there anybody now that disagrees with anything that I said? I didn't think you women would. And I know the fellas have just said, what in the world has gone on with that nut up there? Bear with me, okay? Menstruating women in general lose calcium, thyroxine, iodine, phosphorus, lecithin, vitamin E, vitamin B1, 6, 12, 2, 6, magnesium, manganese, iron, copper, zinc, and sometimes for some women this starts 2 weeks prior to the menses. You think about that. Calcium, for instance, stabilizes the nervous system. Phosphorus is found in all healthy, normal cells. Iodine causes the growth and maintenance of the thyroid gland, and this is why the thyroid gland in women tends to swell during menstruation. I give you another key so you don't run off and spend all your money at the doctor's. I repeat that. That's why the thyroid gland in women tends to swell during menstruation. Science has proven that the birth of congenital idiots increases when one travels inland where the soil and the food lacks iodine. Iodine is also an essential element for the maturation and maintenance of healthy female cells.
So stop.
What is very interesting.
So here it is, right? When you're inland, they make sure that the black woman doesn't have a lot of iodine in her diet because the more she has, the more her body will start to develop correctly and start functioning correctly. And they don't want that because then her body will start to heal. And they will start to do things that they can't comprehend. See, this information right you hear right now is very, 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 very vital. Is very um, microscope type information. You're getting it bit by bit, step by step. This is thorough research and thorough science about the black woman's body. And as he reads on, reads on, you're going to start to get the picture about why so many people hate black women and why there's this all-out war on the black woman. See, this information is known by your enemies as well. You got stupid Negroes who are being used by the enemy to suppress this kind of information and to engage in a negative campaign of slander against black women so you would never find out this information and how amazing the body of a black woman really is. Now, superior it is to any other body on earth. Play it.
Is that not all women on this planet menstruate? Also,
Now stop.
all women on this planet.
That's very important. That holds true to even today. Now, all women on this planet menstruate. Menstruate. Okay? Not all of them get a period. There's a reason for that. There's a big reason for that. Play it.
That have ever menstruated. But all women think that all women do.
Stop.
Me also spend.
Now, think about what he just said. Not all women have a menstrual cycle or go through a menstrual cycle, right? But all women think that women do. That is the power in deception. Think about what he just said. This is scientific proof, medical proof. Not all women get menstrual cycles. Some women have never gone through a menstrual cycle in their entire life, but they believe all women do. That is the power of deception. This is what I'm trying to get to you. The deception that's being played out about the black woman. See, many of you don't understand this information and don't know this information exists because of deception. Play it.
A little time with that concept. Most Hindu women do not and definitely did not menstruate. One of the last famous Hindu women to achieve prominence on the world stage was Indira Gandhi, who until she started doing certain things and making certain practices as she toured the world, readily admitted she had not suffered a menstrual period until she began to do these things. Had she would followed her religious undertakings, maybe it never would have started. Most ancient African or Kemetic women did not menstruate.
Okay, stop.
Not Belkis.
Most ancient African women or Kemetic women never menstruated. See, this is the menstrual cycle is a new phenomenon. It's something that is artificially induced. It's been artificially brought on. This is not something that is natural to the black woman's body. You see, the biblical story of Adam and Eve is ridiculous. It is not accurate. You understand? This is a great deception. The black woman's body is super strong, but it's being made to be super weak. She has a superior body that doesn't naturally menstruate. I can't get the word right, but you know what I'm talking about. You see, what's happening to her, she's being poisoned through her diet. She's being poisoned in every conceivable way. Bad habits, intake of chemicals is destroying her body from the inside out. It's making her weak. It's causing her body to malfunction. And she is so strong that even through these malfunctions, such as bleeding for 7 days and losing all of these nutrients, you heard the list of nutrients he rattled off. Who can survive after losing all of those nutrients? Zinc, iron, all of it. Iodine. I mean, he ran down a whole list of the things that the woman loses when she goes through her menstrual cycle and still survives. This happens every month in some women, and yet they still survive. This is a testament to how strong her body truly is. You see, her being the weakest sex physically to the human eye is an actual deception in itself. Her body is actually super strong. But some of you don't understand what that means, because when you say super strong, you expect her to go out here and lift up a car or throw a truck down the street. That's not what we mean when we say strong. Play it.
Not Apatia, not any of the so-called queens of Africa seemingly did once they began to have knowledge of self.
Okay, so stop.
Delphi, according
knowledge of self. So the African women back in those days understood who they were and understood what they were. You see, they didn't have an influence of racism back then. They didn't have deceptions back then. They didn't have people telling them that they were niggers. And that they didn't have coon ass niggas telling them that their lives didn't matter or their lives had no value. They had absolute knowledge of self. And so having that knowledge, they understood their bodies. And so they had more control over their bodies. So they did not have menstrual cycles after giving birth or before giving birth. They didn't have menstrual cycles. Knowledge of self. Again, they didn't have coon ass niggas like RBR telling them that they wouldn't shit and they were bitches and hoes. They didn't have sellouts like the manosphere and SYSBMs and these old corrupt, evil, hateful ass, cowardly niggas today deceiving them. They had real knowledge of self and control over their bodies. So they did not bleed for 7 days. They did not lose these important nutrients. Play it.
The Greeks were a group of women who pontificated and led Greece through its heyday. It was not led by the warrior men. They did the fighting. The thinking was done by the oracles, and many of the oracles were females. They are said that the oracles did not mensurate. We hear a lot of talk about the Amazon women, the Teutonic women, the female Gauls, the West African Watetas, the East African Bossamans, the Andambis of the Congo. Most of these oceanic women and most of these Kemetic women did not menstruate.
Okay, stop. These African women of those days did not menstruate. Again, they had knowledge of self. Even back in the days of the Greeks, when all of the Greeks were black, before they became fucked up, all of the fighting, all of the strategic thinking was done by the women. This is why, see, women have some of the most keen minds today. And their brain is heavier than the man's brain. This makes them very, very good strategists. This gives them strong foresight. This is why Carthage was one of the mightiest countries the world has ever known, because it was led by a woman, and that country gave birth to the greatest general the world has ever seen. And that country had the mightiest army of its day and the most advanced army of its day. Mercenaries came out of Carthage. Carthage was created and ruled by a woman. One day we're going to do a piece on Queen Dido, the Polynesian woman who made her way to Eastern Africa to create Carthage. Carthage at one time had the most advanced military known to man and had the first weapon of mass destruction in the known world. They were ahead of their time. The only army at the time that had a band of mercenaries, special force units that specialized in certain tactics. This is how they were able to defeat the Romans' powerful armies with considerably less personnel. 30,000 defeating 80,000, 15,000 defeating 60,000. Superior strategy and technique. And so you got these weak and pathetic sellout males who have become corrupt in their egos. Their egos are evil and corrupt, and they're weak, and they're hateful. They're afraid of this truth. This is black biology you're listening to, not white biology. And again, this science has never been disproven because it can't be disproven. You know why? Because it's black biology. See, no one studies our biology. White people study it, but they don't tell you about it. You don't study it because you think our biology is the same as white biology. You think when you study white biology, you're studying our biology, so you don't study it. So you don't know this information exists. You think our bodies are the same as white people. And it isn't. You know nothing, almost zero, about your own body. You know almost everything about white biology, but you know virtually zero about black biology. This is why you don't have this information. This is why this information has never been disputed, because it is the information that is tied to black bodies. It is what you uncover when you study a black human being, especially a woman. This is why scientists can't refute this man's information. They know he's telling the truth because they uncovered the same information. They just don't tell you about it. That's why his science has never been disputed. Play it.
These women were the strong women of our history. And in many cases, they could grow to be 7 and 8 feet tall. That's why amongst the Watusi and the Watusi women, when they told you of their diets and things that used to be different, they have some of the most tall, or the tallest women and persons, in fact, on earth itself. The Old Testament said, and the ancient Hebrews said, that menstruation was unclean, and that a woman should be confined until cleansed of her issue. But understand again, a lot of that book was tampered with by a patriarchal society, and if you're not aware of that, I think most of you should be, then we have a lot of interaction that we could go through.
Okay, stop. Again, uncovering the truth about the Bible and how it was tampered with by a patriarchal society. What is a patriarchal society? A society where the man is the ruler. And so they are trying to suppress any information about black women or women, period. You see, it's to their interest to keep women confused, deaf, dumb, and blind. You see, the term deaf, dumb, and blind was not created for black men, it was created for women. They want to keep women deaf, dumb, and blind. They don't want women to know who they truly are. They don't want the black woman to know that she's walking around with a superior body. You got coon ass sellouts telling you, well, 4 out of 5 black women are overweight. And that the black woman is the least desired. And the black and her life, you got sellout niggas. Niggas who are corrupted in their heart. Their heart is black as soot. Their egos are corrupted and evil. They spew this kind of hateful rhetoric, knowing that the woman, not understanding that the woman's body that they come out of is a superior body, which makes them a superior man. But you see, their mental isn't superior. Their mental is weak. So in essence, they don't know who they are. See, if they truly understood who the black woman was, they can strengthen their own mental. And understand that you come from a superior place, making you superior as well. But you can't tell this to these brainwashed Negroes who have become so petty and puny in their thought process to that it's physically disgusting to listen to them speak. Have no idea what they're doing to themselves. You don't even realize that you come from a superior being and that you are superior in your own right. But you've chosen to make yourself a weak-ass, cowardly fool by allowing yourself to become brainwashed and turn against that which you came from. Also denying you knowledge of self. Play it.
With the advent of mahogany, and now I'm thinking about Africa, monogamy, by what we would call the Christian forefathers who wanted their church to really flourish, came the taught, learned sensation that menstruation was correct, menstruation was necessary, and was the woman's paying for her sins for having made Adam eat the apple and now must also bear her child in pain and affliction. And many of you bought that, didn't you?
Stop. Which is an absolute lie. It's such a bad lie that it's absolutely ridiculous. You know, I hope that some of you wake up before you go to your grave, because if there is an afterlife and you realize in the afterlife that you've been tricked with a very simplistic, stupid ideology that you believed your whole life. I mean, the Adam and Eve story is utterly ridiculous, but yet a lot of people believe it. A walking snake beguiled the woman, ate the fruit from a tree, and all hell broke loose. You believe that now? You believe that craziness? You believe that 2 people populated the entire earth, which is mathematically an impossibility, even if you live hundreds of years. And then you're talking about a matter of incest. If there's nobody else around, people don't use common sense. The very story of Adam and Eve goes against what the Creator said about incest, about how a boy sees his father's nakedness or a daughter sees her mother's nakedness. That goes against what God said about incest. So the Adam and Eve story, per God, makes no sense. But yet you got these slick Christians, these tongue shrillers, double fork tongue Christians, running around here and tell you other shit, and you believe it. You believe it. You really believe a snake walked over to Eve and said, "Hey, baby, why don't you go and eat this apple?" Well, God said we can't eat the apple because we died. No, doesn't. It means you'll be like him. He ate the damn fruit. Then Adam came over and his dumb ass came over and bit it, even though he was supposedly tough. Let me tell you something. Guys should hate the Adam and Eve story. Y'all so goddamn stupid, right? That y'all so hell bent on hatred, and your heart has become so corrupt that you don't realize how dumb the Adam and Eve story makes you look. You don't realize it. The Adam and Eve story makes you look like a fucking imbecile. But yet you can't see that. You hell bent on hatred for the black woman that you can't see how dumb it makes you look. And let me tell you where the stupidity starts. The Creator tells you, hey, stay away from this tree, don't eat the fruit, because if you eat it, you'll surely die. Simple instructions, right? Well, let's go on over to, here comes the what? Eve over there chilling, you know. She's, laying in a big old hammock made out of a bunch of banana skins, just chilling in her nakedness, not even know she's naked. Just chilling. Here come a big walking snake. Hey, baby, how about this shiny fruit? Oh, where did that fruit come from? Oh, I got it from that tree over there. But we was commanded not to eat from that tree, or else we would surely die. Oh, that's a lie. I know the Creator's a little, he's exaggerating. You're not going to die. You're just going to be like him. Yeah, take a bite, baby. She bit it. Sweet, huh? Nothing happened. So he takes the fruit over there, to Adam. Hey, Adam, have a bite of this fruit. Is that the fruit of the forbidden tree that Father commanded me not to eat? Yes, it is. Well, why are you eating it? Because this gentleman here, with all of the legs, said that the Father lied to you and that it would make us just like him. Okay. And this dumbass bit it anyway. And you got the nerve to up here talking about the woman don't listen. Isn't that what y'all always talking about? The black woman don't listen? Well, where did she get it from? You didn't listen either. Because if you did, you would have never bit the fruit. Let me say that one more time. Y'all should have been talking about how the black woman don't listen. Why should she? You don't listen either. You was told not to eat the fruit of the forbidden tree. You ate it anyway. You didn't listen. And thus began the origin of what you do now. Blame the woman for everything. Because when God came around and said, who told you you was naked? Who told you to eat from that tree? And you blame the woman. That woman you gave me. Isn't that what you do now? Isn't that what you do now? I just came off a live stream the other day where a dude made up a whole list doing that. A whole list. called the list the identifiers of problematic black women. So is that what you do now? So y'all so goddamn stupid. You don't realize how the story of Adam and Eve makes you look. It makes you look like a dumbass. And it exposes your behavior today because your behavior is the same pattern it was in the damn Garden of Eden. You blamed the woman then and you're blaming her now. Can I get an amen in the chat? I deserve one after that, right?
Amen.
Can I get an amen in the chat? I deserve one after breaking it down like that, right? After linking the behavior today to the behavior in the garden. Somebody give me my props. Thanks, Phoenix Jean. Play it.
I state to you that menstruation is not a cleansing process. It is only the result of the deterioration of the egg, unfertilized, and that men have perpetuated a myth that women collectively have bought. And I can at least begin to forgive some
Stop.
African Kemetic women.
He said that men have fabricated a myth which collectively the women have brought. He said that men have fabricated a myth. Dane, look up fabrication, please. Give us a definition of fabrication so we can be exact in our description of what we're talking about. The men have fabricated a myth.
Fabrication.
The action or process of manufacturing or inventing something. Second definition in invention, a lie.
Now look up the term myth.
Okay. Yeah. All right. A traditional story, especially one concerning the early history of a people, or explaining some natural or social phenomena, and typically involving supernatural beings or events. Traditional stories are legend collectively.
Right. So men have fabricated the myth of mystical and supernatural beings. Would that be Adam and Eve? A fabrication at its best. Play it, Dane.
Okay.
Because they didn't have too much of a choice. In their old habitats, in their old lands, many of them, as I say, were taught better. I'm going to now talk to you as adults, if I already haven't, and I hope again you will accept these things with an adult mind, and then on the Q&A, jump me. I'm sorry, talk to me, question me if you will. The whites is a street slang for a term called leukorrhea. It is an issue, a secretion from the vaginal area, which women sometimes suffer from.
Stop.
If the womb...
Stop. Now understand something. When he was giving his presentation, there was a bunch of well-known white scientists sitting right there in his face, and they never questioned him at all. Never once tried to challenge what he was saying. You know why? Because they know he's telling the truth, because he's talking from black Biology. This is a scientist who studied black people's biology and science, not white people's biology and science. He studied the bodies of black people. White people, scientists have done the same thing, and they have come to the same conclusion. That's why they won't challenge him, because they know he's telling the truth, because they have uncovered the same things when studying black biology. I'll be right back. I'm frozen there. I'll be right back.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. It's also interesting that another definition of myth is a widely held but false belief or idea, a misrepresentation of the truth, a fallacious or imaginary person or thing, an exaggeration or idolized concept of a person or thing. Interesting, huh? All right. Okay. Finishing, he said the Adam Eve creation story is just one creation story, most likely spliced or cloned into existence, not the beginning of the time creation story. People had were already here. Oh well, I read one book where Adam and Eve were not the first uh, man and woman. They were just the first white man and woman. Um, but not the first man or woman. Period. Oh. So I wonder about that. Okay. Okay. What's this? How can they? We're taught to the their fathers and mothers. There are two creation stories in Genesis. Oh. About God creating man. Although there's a thing that the first one was that he created mankind. There's another one where I believe it's the soul of man that he created, because there's that he created them male and female. Yeah, that first part, I always believed it was the soul of man that he created, because we're not just our body, we also our soul. And the other one was our physical body. Did they take that from ancient Kemet stories? The question is, are the ancient Kemet stories accurate? Are you getting them? Was it passed down? And no, I have no idea if it was ancient. Well, the story I was reading, um, um there was it was a missionaries that had went to Africa and they were teaching the Bible, but the people seemed to be very familiar with it. And they asked if there had been other missions, and they said, "Oh no, they always knew about this." Except you incorrect. Adam and Eve was not the first man and woman. Adam and Eve is the first white man and white woman. hmm Oh, but I don't remember the name of the tribe. I don't know if they even existing anymore.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that, y'all. Now,
Hey,
like I was saying, okay, now, what is the reason why you don't know this knowledge? It's because you don't study black biology. Many of you have never even knew black biology even existed. When you go into the doctor and you see that skeleton and you see that chart up there, the human body, you think that's you. That's not you. That's white science. That's white biology. Your bodies are not like theirs. Sure, there's similarities. We all have a heart and stuff like that. Okay? But your biology is altogether different from theirs. That's what you don't know. But they've gained that knowledge by having the advantage in slavery of studying you, no matter what they did to you, with no fear of repercussions. The Tuskegee experiments and the medical apartheid. See, Dr. Delbert Blair studies black biology, and this is how he gets his information in science, which is irrefutable. It can't be refuted because white people know the same shit he knows. That's why they won't say shit about it. They know he's not lying. They discovered the same shit he has, and even more. They've been studying black people forever. They know our biology, but we don't know our own biology. That is what is meant by knowledge of self, not go travel 60,000 miles around the world and ask somebody who don't fucking know you in a land you wasn't born in and tell you who the fuck you are. That's not knowledge of self. Knowledge of self is understanding your own body chemistry, your own body science. You don't have knowledge of self. You don't know your own biology. Play it.
From. If the womb becomes catarrhal, has mucus, has a cold, the whites is one of the results. The inflammation of the uterine lining produces, in many cases, menstruation, and many things can cause that, as we shall talk about. The fluids lost in leukorrhea
Stop,
or
stop, stop,
colloquial
stop,
on the
stop.
street.
Okay, don't time out Michael. Don't time Michael Cooper out. Okay, because whenever truth is being discussed, they send agents. So I want you to pay attention to the coons that are going to come here, the agents that are going to try to disrupt this live stream. I don't want you to time them out. I just want you to see how it works. When someone is teaching you information about yourself as a black person, something that they don't want you to know, then here come these coons, sambos, and trolls. It's like clockwork. They come in here and their purpose is to disrupt the information, cause havoc, start trouble, anything to break your focus off of what you're being taught. Okay? So as we continue, you're going to see more agents pop up, trying to cause stirrings, trying to start fights in the chat, insulting me and insulting everybody in the chat. This is done on purpose. Recognize it for what it is. Truth is being learned here tonight about who you really are. And they're going to try their best to knock that offline. So understand what is taking place. The further we get into this, the more of them going to pop up. I want you to understand how white supremacy and hatred works together. Play it.
The whites are important vital substances. Lipoids, alkaline lactates, natural sodium, potassium, calcium, plus brain and nerve foods in the form of lecithin.
Okay, stop.
The mucus.
Now, I don't want you to block Michael Cooper, unless he tries to do something crazy. But I want you to listen to the things he say. Read the things he say. They're designed to cause disruption, take away the attention, cause an emotional reaction, anything to break your focus off of what you're learning. Okay? That is the MO of white supremacy, y'all. I want y'all to start recognizing these things and understanding what you are up against. Okay? Pay attention to what you're being taught and how I call these things out. I don't want anybody to block them. I'll let you know when it's okay to block them. But right now, I want them to expose themselves so I can use them as a teaching moment to expose what's really going on. See, whenever there's truth being told to black people, this kind of stuff starts. They send their agents in here to try to stop it. That's how you can tell that truth is being told about you. When their agents show up. Play it. Stop. I'm happy that the agents are showing up because they're proving that I'm teaching you something that is absolutely real about you and that's true about you. They're proving it for me. I'm glad they're showing up because they're trying to stop truth. They don't want you to know about yourselves. They want you to remain deaf, dumb, and blind. Play it, Dane.
Mucous corpuscles present in North Korea are presently hemoglobin capable. What do I mean by that? It means that they are capable of forming human blood carrying, oxygenating corpuscles. So not only does a woman then suffer the menses, but if she also has leukorrhea, she is constantly losing the ability to build life-giving blood cells, which anyone knows without that, the body does what? Deteriorates. Some women are on a
Stop.
constant menses.
Stop. This is what I mean, how they set this up so the black woman's body, right, can self-destruct. This is what I mean by the black woman's body today is malfunctioning. That is by design. Now, regardless of the biology you hear today and the information that you hear today that was never disputed and can't be disputed because it's absolutely true. And white people know this. That's why they won't say nothing about this guy, right? That's why they got rid of him. And then here's another thing too, right? Regardless of what's being said here today, understand there are going to be black men who come in here who are absolutely evil and corrupted. And so no matter what is being said, no matter what truth is being said, they are still going to do what they were sent in here to do. And that is to downplay the black woman. Regardless of the truth that you're hearing, and regardless of the truth that they hear, but they're so corrupted and they're so evil and they're so brainwashed that they have to react against the black woman out of spite, command, right? Out of spite and command. At this point, they can't help themselves. They've done it so long that if they don't do it, it doesn't feel natural to them. Okay? So ignore them as well. We're going to learn this truth, regardless of the opposition that they send against us. Play it.
And then you wonder why some women are very irritable, very agitative, anemic. They get dizzy and have migraine headaches and jump at the sound of a firecracker 20 miles away, which they think they can hear. If anyone suffered that kind of loss from puberty till death, I wonder again why women are not half crazy. There are some men and other women that say they are. I didn't say it. I say, faced with that loss, we could have a problem. I state that if the menses was cessated, if it stopped, if the blood loss and even the alkaline lipase loss was ceased and stopped, then not only would women be very strong, and they wouldn't be intuitive, they would be psychic, but they also could give birth to babies without a man being anywhere around.
Stop.
And there.
Stop. Okay? It's very important what he said, right? That they're strong enough when their bodies are working properly that they can give birth without any man being around. Now, people think this is crazy. People think I was crazy. This scientist, right, has impeccable credentials. You can look him up. Dr. Delbert Blair. He has impeccable credentials. And he's telling you that in the right state that the black woman can give birth without a man, right? But when I say it, it's make-believe and it's crazy. Here's a scientist with impeccable credentials telling you the same thing. Now, what have we learned so far? So far, we've learned that the black woman's body is superior and it's being made to malfunction out of fear. It's being made to malfunction. She's being fed a steady diet of poison that causes her body to self-destruct and deteriorate. She has a superior body. Now, I know there's some of you who have a limited understanding of anything. Well, she got a superior body. How come she can't fly? How come she can't pick up a truck and throw it down the street? And so now it's about to get real heavy, y'all. Now, if you have a weak stomach and you are the faint of heart, maybe you might want to leave and go somewhere else. If you are a manosphere guy, maybe you might want to leave and go somewhere else. If you are a weak ass pussy sissy bim, a corrupted, evil minded nigga, you might want to go somewhere else because it's about to get heavy now. Play it, Dan.
And there is the key to your problem and your problematic solution. You bought into the coat's lie, the white coat's lie, the medical doctor's lie, which came about under a patriarchal system. If you start understanding the cadavers that were messed with in England and France at the turn of the 17th, 18th century.
Now stop.
And experimentation.
What is the white lie, right? What is the white lie? I told you that the black woman's body is being fed a steady diet of poison that causes her body to deteriorate and self-destruct, right? To purposely malfunction. Why? Out of fear. What is the fear? That she can give birth without men. And so if she can give birth without men, then the fear of them, women believing that they don't need men could grow. But in order to do this, she has to have knowledge of self. See, she can't do it now because she doesn't know who she is, and she's being poisoned.
Say a command.
And information is being hidden from her. She doesn't understand her biology. See, she can do it now, but she doesn't have the information. She doesn't know what to do to get her body to work properly again. to where she can produce a baby without a man. And they're making sure that she never finds this out. That's why you have this huge concerted effort to attack black women, to make them think that they're nothing, to occupy their minds with all kinds of other things so that they would never focus on who they are, that they would never try to find out anything about their bodies, and that they listen to white doctors who tell them about their bodies. And listen to corrupted black men tell them about their bodies, never ever learning the truth about who they are. This is being done on purpose, out of fear. Play it.
Still goes on. In fact, they, by law, are given under the caduceus the right to practice. And the practice is upon, in many cases, you as females. There was a theory called the Ovis theory, spelled O-V-I-S-T, pronounced Ah. It was proven, not postulated, I repeat, proven by Dr. Professor Jacques Loeb of Stanford University that the embryo develops from the egg alone
Now
and
stop.
does not require.
Then back it up a little bit. Now, this is what I talked about before, right? And people thought I was crazy. It's called the Ovis theory. The Ovis theory. You can look it up. It's going to spell it for you. Those who are listening, write it down. The Ovis theory. He's going to spell it. Pay attention. Write it down. Research it. This is what I was talking about, how they took a woman's embryo and hooked it up to a vibration device and they detected a heartbeat. I'll be right back, y'all. Dame, look at that word Ovis. I think he spelled it Ovis or something like that. Look it up. I'll be right back.
All right, let's see. Ovis. Ovis. O-V-I-S. Let's see, this is it. No, no, no. Let's try it again. Ovis. Okay. Ovis, a capsule such as Otia, is the egg cells are produced. Capsule or sac such as the Otia. Okay. All right, sorry, I'm kind of talking to myself.
Oh, a Thika.
No. All right, not that. see. Okay, let's see. Yeah, I ran into that too. And I thought it might have been this other word, avocet, which is any sac containing ovum or ova. Let's see. Yeah. So let's see. Now there's something called an avocet. I hope I'm pronouncing it right. Ovisac. And okay, wait a minute here.
Oversock.
Ovasoc. Oh, that's how you pronounce it. Okay. One knot is the otia, an egg receptacle. Uh, a sac or capsule containing ovum or an oval. Hold on, let me see. Okay, Max.
Okay, I'm back.
Okay.
Okay, Dan.
Uh,
Did you find obvious?
Obvious. Okay. When I first tried, it gave me something about sheep.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh. Okay, let me. Okay. Okay. Yes, it's giving me something about domesticated sheep.
Pull up
Obvious.
obvious theory.
Okay. All right. Okay. An old theory that the egg contained the whole embryo of future organism and
That's
the
it.
germ of all
That's
subsequent
it.
offspring.
That's it. It's called the obvious theory. You guys can look it up. Dame just looked it up. It's out there. The obvious theory. This was, and he's going to explain it better than me. He's a scientist. But this was an experiment done with a woman's embryo that was unfertilized and was hooked up to a vibration device, and they detected a heartbeat. And the embryo came from a black woman, of course, and they detected a heartbeat. Okay, Dame, play him. Fire him back up.
Okay. There we go.
Theory called the Ovis theory, spelled O-V-I-S-T, pronounced ah. It was proven, not postulated, I repeat, proven by Dr.
Stop.
Professor Jacques Loeb.
It was proven, not postulated, proven. This is proven scientific fact. This is not make believe, proven scientific fact. You can look it up. We just put it right here in the chat. Play it, Dane.
Proven by Dr. Professor Jacques Loeb of Stanford University that the embryo develops from the egg alone and does not require spermatozoon. Did you hear what I just stated? According to Professor Loeb, you can make a developing embryo to become mitigated and go into first, second, and third trimesters of birth without the need of the male sperm under certain circumstances.
Stop. Now, a warning to you men, your brothers. You might not be able to handle this going forward. He about to get real powerful right now. Okay? It's about to get real heavy right now. So I'm giving all you weak dudes warning. Wait, Dane.
The prevailing medical theory is one of epigenesis, and it says, again, that you must have the union of sperm and egg in order to produce and in order to get pregnant. Maybe. To start this and give it practicality, we have to go back to a basic concept that some people still are not sure about. I state that women had to have been created before men or formed before man, because you cannot get a man from a man. You cannot get a woman from a man, but you can get a man from a woman, and you can get a woman from a woman, and think about
Stop. Hello. Hello. You cannot get a man from a man. You cannot get a woman from a man. So there go your fucking theory about the damn rib. This is scientific fact. You cannot get a man from a man. You cannot get a woman from a man. But you can get both from a woman. I'm not saying this. This is scientific fact. Let's say it one more time. Shall we? Let's all sing together now. You cannot get a man from a man. You cannot get a woman from a man. But you can get both of them from a woman. Play it.
Any problem with that statement, that compound complex sentence? I don't have one. This is what the old church, the Church of England, and under King Constantine and the Bishop Eusebius, the Church of Rome, had to get rid of and had to change. The last, honestly, among
Stop.
Caucasian principalities.
You hear what he said? The old church had to get rid of this information. They knew about this information for hundreds of years. They had to get rid of it. Along with the story of ISIS. Why do you think ISIS is so famous? For some reason, they can't get rid of ISIS. She keep popping up everywhere. Why do you think that is? Do you know ISIS is mentioned around the world more times than God and Jesus? You know, ISIS is world renowned, and they can't get rid of her. She keeps popping up. As a matter of fact, do y'all know that the Grand Canyon is closed now? You know why it's closed? They did this quietly. They made no announcement about it. They just quietly closed the Grand Canyon. You know why? Because they discovered a temple of Isis down there that they're excavating even to today. It's the biggest temple they've seen yet. It's huge. It's gigantic. Sitting right there in the Grand Canyon. And now they have closed off the Grand Canyon to tourists. They're down there excavating the temple of Isis. Why have they not been able to cover up ISIS? They've covered up everything else. They whitewashed Egypt. They blew the noses off the Sphinx because they didn't want you to know that those was noses of women. Why haven't they been able to get rid of ISIS? There's a reason for that. We're not done with this black woman as God. This is just the beginning, y'all. I got more information, more powerful information to come. Where do I get to the ISIS part? And why they can't get rid of ISIS? And why they're doing their best to cover up the truth about black women. Play it, Dane.
He's dealing with Christianity and especially
stop.
Catholicism came with the.
Oh, and by the way, ISIS is black. ISIS is a black woman. I'm just saying. Play it, Dane.
Onset of the Greeks who broke away into the Greek Orthodox Church because they got tired of the lies that were being formed and wanted to continue with some semblance of truth from the Greek society. The last time when the Caucasians told truth.
Now stop. Now before we go any further, right? You're gonna have some motherfuckers come up here for the manosphere, whatever. They're gonna try to debunk this dude that can't nobody debunk, right? Guys like SKC. Are we supposed to believe that they're smart? Or over a man like this, who has studied the black human body? This man has impeccable credentials. And white scientists won't even bother with him. So what is that telling you? We're not going to some fucking nutcase like RBR, are we? Up against a real scientist? Play it. I'm enjoying this, by the way.
The male cannot.
Wait a minute, stop, Dane.
The female.
Let's go back to our song, y'all, all right? Let's all sing it together now. You can't get a man from a man.
You can't get a man from a man.
And you can't get a woman from a man. But you can get them both from a woman. Oh, 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 oh.
Okay, I'm going back.
I'm loving this, man, because I know you sorry ass, hateful ass niggas out there can't stand this shit right here. And there ain't shit you can do about it. Fuck you. I'm enjoying this. And it ain't shit. You hateful ass niggas can do anything about it. You can't debunk it. You can't refute it. You're not smarter than this brother right here. Ain't shit you can do about it but hate it. I love every minute of it. Real man ain't got no problem with this information. Play it, Dave.
The male cannot reproduce himself. The female can.
Stop.
What does that mean?
Stop. Whoa, what are we learning here? Wait a minute. What did he just say? Wait a minute. How can the sex of the child be determined by the father when the father can't reproduce himself? The man can't reproduce himself, y'all, but the woman can. She can reproduce herself and she can reproduce him. He can't do shit. But he's the prize, right? He's the prize. He can't do shit, but he's the prize. Let's say that one more time. He can't do shit, but he's the prize. We got to make that a long hashtag, y'all. Somebody hashtag, he can't do shit, but he's the prize. Okay? Play it, Dane.
The male cannot reproduce himself. The female can. What does that mean if carried to the furthest extent? It means that if the woman also could decide whether she was going to produce a male or a female, the race of man could cease to exist.
Stop.
As we now understand it.
Are you starting to get the picture here, y'all, of the fear I was talking about when they found this information out thousands of years ago? And it fucked them up so bad that they're scared out of their fucking mind that the woman has the power to wipe them from existence without lifting a weapon, without firing a gun, without using a baseball bat, without touching him at all. Only entity that I know that has the power to do something like that would be a god. I'm just saying. Play it.
Female, the race of man could cease to exist, as we now understand it, as a double gender. That, at one time on Earth, was a tremendous problem.
Stop.
The universal cosmic age.
Stop. He said that at one time on Earth was a tremendous problem. So what does that tell you? They discovered this information a long time ago. They found this shit out a long time ago. And it was a problem. It was a problem then, and it's a problem now. But right now, they think they got to handle those things. They think that they got the woman so fucked up and confused that she will never figure out who the hell she is. And she will never figure out how to use her body or command her body. That's why they're trying to fuck her up. They're trying to erase her, replace her, make transsexuals and all kinds of disgusting biological monstrosities of fucking humanity. They fear the black woman and her power. They don't want her to figure out who she is. You know why? Because all those things that the black women are saying now, if they knew who they were and understood their bodies and knew how to use their bodies, they can make that shit come true. This ain't no fucking magic act. This is a fucking reality. The black woman is capable of it right now. She just don't know how to do it. And they're going to do everything they can to make sure she never finds out. Play it.
A theorem is that a cosmic egg was created, and from that generated everything, and that in the egg still is the semblance of first creation. Things start from an egg, whether it be a hard shell finish or a little ovum attached to the uterine wall.
Now stop. What is the cosmic egg? Go back to the Big Bang Theory, right? They said something blew the fuck up, and all of a sudden we were all here. That's all bullshit. These are all fucking lies. The universe creates what is called cosmic eggs. They come out of what you call a black hole. I keep trying to tell people that the black hole is a cosmic womb, and that the universe is entirely comprised of feminine energy. And that black hole, that's not the only one out there. There's many of them throughout the universe. There's many cosmic wombs that give birth to different races of people. Different eggs come out of those wombs. I know this is too heavy for a lot of people. They can't figure this out because you've been taught a lot of bullshit. You've been taught a lot of lies. Which came first, the chicken or the egg? The egg came first. The chicken came out of the egg. In this case, a cosmic egg comprised of feminine energy created by the universe out of the cosmic womb that they call a black hole. And scientists will tell you quick that they really don't know what the fuck a black hole is. Everything is just speculation. Well, they didn't say that the black hole was fucking a cosmic womb. They said it was a black hole that is comprised of matter and antimatter and sucks everything in it. Everything like what? They ever show you anything going into a fucking black hole? Every time they show you a black hole, you ever see anything, floating by a black hole getting sucked in? Never showed you shit. But told you a whole bunch of shit. Oh, it's antimatter. What are you going to do? Say no? You're not going to believe it? You don't know what the fuck a black hole is either. And you don't know if they're telling the truth or not. All you know is that they're scientists and they're supposed to be fucking smart, so they wouldn't lie to you, right? Well, not only will they lie to you, let me get you in on a secret. A lot of scientists are fucking crazy. Did you know that? A lot of scientists are crazy. Did you know that? Seriously, some of them are insane. Like Michio Kaku, the Japanese scientist, who is developing a string theory that will allow him to read the mind of God. Tell me that's not insanity. So when he says that he's developing a string theory that will allow him to read the mind of God, who do you think he's talking about? Some spooky people up in the sky? No. He's developing a string theory that will allow him to read the mind of a woman. See, they know what it is, people. They're telling you all these cockamamie stories because they don't want you to know the truth. A lot of these scientists are flat out crazy. I don't mean that in a joking manner. They're really clinically crazy. But they keep that under wraps, don't they? Tell you that a fucking black hole consists of matter and antimatter and everything goes in it and all this other shit. But you don't never see that happening. They don't never show you a black hole sucking in any damn thing. And you don't know what matter and antimatter looks like. Have you ever seen it? Anybody ever had a picture of matter and antimatter? So if a garbage can is matter, then what is antimatter? A non-garbage can? If a car is matter, then what is antimatter? Something that's not a car? Does a car become invisible when it's antimatter? What is it? Have you ever seen it? Have they ever showed you matter and antimatter? Play it.
Which came first, the chicken or the egg? In 1975, they connected a vibrational detecting device to an
Stop.
unfertilized.
Dave, do me a favor real quick. Look up matter. We're going to get to it right now.
Okay.
About this matter and antimatter business. We're going to get to it. We're going to get down to it right now.
Okay.
Matter.
All right. As a noun, a physical substance in general, as distinct from mind and spirit. In physics, that which occupies space and possesses rest mass, especially as distinct from energy.
Right. Okay. So basically, that's everything that we can see, right? Houses, cars, boats, railroad tracks, trains. It's all matter, right? When they show you a black hole, have you ever seen any of that shit going into a black hole? Have they ever shown you matter being sucked into a black hole? And if matter is everything that occupies physical space, then what is antimatter? Nothing? So it's telling you that matter is sucked in along with antimatter into a black hole. Here's the truth, right? And you can you can corner scientists. They'll tell you the truth. They don't really know what the fuck a black hole is. You don't believe me? Go ask the most prominent scientist in your university and tell him to tell you the truth about a fucking black hole. They don't know what the fuck a black hole is. Everything is speculation. They don't know what it stands for. They don't know what its fucking function is. They don't fucking know. They don't know how it got there. They don't know how it got where it's at. They don't really know what it does. They don't know shit about it. They can't test it. They don't have no technology that can test it to find out exactly what it is. All they got is theory. The information about a black hole is theory. It's nothing actually real. Play it. Go on mute.
All right.
Egg. And they got a rhythmic pulsing beat just like that of a human heart or pulse.
Okay, Dave, back that up a little bit. I'm frozen. I got to come back. Back it up a little bit. I'll be right back.
All right, everybody. What y'all thinking so far? Interesting stuff, huh? Yeah, yeah. So we walking around taking a theory as fact. So a black hole in theory, or they believe that that's what it is. Mm-hmm. Yeah,
All right, I'm
yeah.
back.
I'm thinking of all the movies I've seen involving black holes. Oh, you back?
I'm back.
Good.
So when we told y'all that the black woman is a god, you thought we were crazy. You thought we was making this shit up, right? Well, some of the motherfuckers in the conscious community, they fucking stupid. They ain't shit. But when we told you that the black woman was an earthly deity, you thought we was pandering, didn't you? You didn't think that we had any real science behind what we were saying. But we do. You're learning that science right now. This is the beginning. Play it.
Which came first, the chicken or the egg?
Stop. Now I want you to pay very close attention to what he says about the obvious theory, right? About how a woman's embryo is living without a man's sperm, without being fertilized, and still has a human heartbeat. So what does that tell you? All those embryos contain babies, souls, right? Babies. So they're already alive inside the woman's body. Okay? Play it.
In 1975, they connected a vibrational detecting device to an unfertilized egg, and they got a rhythmic pulsing beat just like that of a human heart or pulse.
Stop.
What is
Did y'all hear that? This is a science with impeccable credentials telling you that they hooked up a vibration device to a woman's embryo and got a rhythmic heartbeat or human pulse. And when I brought this up, I was ridiculed. I was called, I was told, I was accused of lying to women. But you're hearing it yourself from a known scientist with impeccable credentials who has done the research and again in giving you the theory in which this took place. You can look it up for yourself. We just gave it to you in the chat, the obvious theory. But yet I was accused of lying to black women when I told them about the obvious theory. Play it.
generally an unfertilized egg? Why they kind of share with me quickly from the audience? What's the difference between an unfertilized egg and a fertilized egg? Chicken didn't mate, no males around. Yet they have detected, and that experiment has been tried and tried again, some kind of rhythm or pulse within that egg itself. They also found in vertebrates, those that have a central vertebral column again, a spine, if you would, that on the phases and oscillations of the moon, that pulse varied, but was always even more intense. We understand that humans are the dominant species on this planet Earth. We are the masters, we are the greatest, and everything else is beneath us, right? Right. Right. Yeah, right. The acorn, which has a seed, a phylum of vegetable and plant, contains everything in it that the seed needs to become a mighty oak, including a print on its phloem showing what it's going to look out when it matures, what it's going to look like. Isn't that interesting? Ever cut an acorn in part and look at it? I mean, some of these mutated acorns now that have been gassed and pre-picked, you can't tell anything from. Get the real seed of an impure bone acorn, and what do you have when you cut it in half? Picture of a tree. I mean, that's somebody really blueprinted that one. They already said, this is what you're going to look like when you grow up. And that's just on a little acorn. Okay? Let's go to another phylum, an animated phylum, the silk moth. The silk moth reproduces and never mates. Reproduces without a mate. The lowly aphid reproduces without a mate. And as the ancient Egyptians tried to point out, the scarabus beetle, reproduces without a mate and can shed its skin and goes along every 7 years quite well. It dies when it does mate. And if you remember, on the Ankh and the scarabus, you found in your Valley of the Kings, and you found again amongst the pyramid and on the Sphinx itself, that sacred symbol of the scarabus. They were trying to convey something.
Now stop.
The forgotten.
He said something very interesting, right? He said the scarabus beetle can have babies without a mate, right? And it goes along every 7 years, having babies without a mate, and it sheds its skin, right? But when it does have a mate, it dies. Did you find that kind of interesting? Let's bump that up to a human scale, right? So when the black woman was able to make babies by herself, she didn't suffer pain, right? But when she mates with a male and brings babies into the world, she suffers great pain. Pain that puts her near death. Kind of interesting, isn't it? I'm just saying. Play it.
Or never knew what they were trying to convey. Dr. Edward Bischoff, MD, started this modern theory of epigenesis in 1854. I want you to jot down that date because people think this has been going along for a long time. It has not. That's close to the turn of the century. Dr. Edward Bischoff started the theory and the story of epigenesis in 1854. That is, the zygote and the uterine development by union of sperm and egg was the way that humans get started.
Stop.
The first trimester.
You heard that? That was started in 1854. Epigenesis is what you've been taught. Of the union between the sperm and the egg is how humans come into this world. 1854. It's called epigenesis. The zygote, right? That's the science that they want you to believe. So they throw out parthenogenesis and they put in epigenesis, which is the zygote in the egg, right? The human sperm. This started in 1854, people. That's when that shit started. This wasn't a known practice thousands of years ago. Kind of makes you wonder what was going on thousands of years ago and why they won't reveal that back then it was common that women were giving birth to children on their own. Right? Play it.
After fetal conception. Before Bischoff's theory became accepted, and understand, it was presented on a paper as a theory, not an accepted fact. Later on, males and those who study under males have made it a fact that this is the
Right,
way
stop.
pregnancy starts.
See? That's a male thing, the way pregnancies start. So when you go back thousands of years when women were able to have babies on their own, you say, well, what was the sex all about? Well, think about this. If a woman had the ability and could control herself, have a baby on her own, wouldn't it make sense that she could determine when she gets pregnant? So if you're having sex with her and you ejaculating her, right? If she don't want to get pregnant, she won't. Doesn't that make sense? So she can control her own pregnancy, right? I'm just saying. Sex would have just been just a pure, joyful thing. Just something to do. It would have nothing to do with pregnancy. Now would it? And as you're about to find out right now, today's pregnancy, the concept of pregnancy, was pushed by men, not women. Play it.
For centuries, people before that had believed in the theory of parthenogenesis. I repeat, parthenogenesis.
Now
and
stop.
Even created under Grecian.
I just said, right? If this type of pregnancy was created, or the belief of it was created and started in 1854, so what was he doing before that? They were practicing parthenogenesis. The woman being able to get pregnant on her own. I did that pause for a moment. Okay. What if I was to tell you that just recently that the black woman lost the ability to get pregnant on her own just recently? Now, when I say recently, I don't mean 10 years ago or some shit like that. Oh, no, I'm talking a couple of 100 years ago, right before slavery. Or maybe 200 years before slavery, she just lost the ability to get pregnant on her own for some unknown reason. Play it.
Society, which had adopted and stole from the ancient Nubian society the Parthenon. The idea for the Parthenon was not Greek. The idea that a temple toward bringing in gods was already being utilized on earth, and parthenogenesis, or virgin birth, was acceptable and was your immaculate, wonderful way. All of your ancient gods, so-called, or avatars or presentors were said to have been of what? Virgin birth. Now we laugh at that. We lose so much in the vaginal uterine tract conceptory and bringing to term trimesters that there must be a better way. We have just forgotten that there was another way. In the year 1955, 4 prominent British doctors of medicine.
Now stop.
I like to use this amongst.
And this is what I brought up before, right? And I was accused of lying to black women. When I brought up in 1955 about the 10 virgin births that was studied by scientists that came out of Stanford, I was told that I was lying to women. You're about to hear it from Dr. Delbert Blair himself, a scientist, a known scientist among scientists with impeccable credentials. Play it.
In the year 1955, four prominent British doctors of medicine, and I like to use this amongst college students because when you say British doctors of medicine, then it makes it okay. Dr. Stanley Balfour Lynn, Dr. Bernard Camber, Dr. David Wine Williams, and Dr. A.E. Morant all studied some 10 classical cases of virgin births and agreed that all 10 of them were real, that in some
Stop.
way parthenogenesis.
Those four British scientists studied 10 virgin births and all came to the conclusion that they were real and that in somewhere during these births, parthenogenesis took place. They found all of the births, the virgin births, to be real. You just heard it. They ain't back it up a little bit. We're going to hear it again. I was accused of lying to women when I said this. I was ridiculed and made fun of and told that I was lying to women when I said this. You're about to hear it from a well-known scientist with impeccable credentials say the same damn thing that I said that I was ridiculed for. Play it.
That there must be a better way. We have just forgotten that there was another way. In the year 1955, four prominent British doctors of medicine, and I like to use this amongst college students because when you say British doctors of medicine, then it makes it okay. Dr. Stanley Balfour Lynn, Dr. Bernard Camber, Dr. David Wine Williams, and Dr. A.E. Morant all studied some 10 classical cases of virgin births and agreed that all 10 of them were real, that in
Stop.
some way parthenogenesis.
They studied 10 virgin births. Four prominent British doctors studied 10 virgin births, and all four doctors came to the same conclusion that those births were real. And the reason parthenogenesis took place in every last one of those births. I don't sound so crazy now, do I? I don't sound like I'm lying to women now, do I? When I said this, I was accused of lying to black women. Wasn't I, Dame? Dame, come in here.
Yes.
When I spoke this science, wasn't I attacked and accused of lying to black women?
Yes.
I was ridiculed and made fun of. Now you're hearing it from the horse's mouth. A well-known scientist, respected scientist, who was murdered because his science could not be disproven. First they killed his wife, and they finally got to him for spilling this truth. Play it.
Bringing to birth without the union of sperm and egg had occurred in all 10 of those cases, bar nothing. The most famous or classical case of virgin birth was by Mrs. Emma Marie Jones, a German woman who during the height of the war, World War II, 1944, had been locked in her castle, a big estate, because it had been bombed and everybody thought that everybody inside had been killed. And so for 17 months she stayed in there. She was not pregnant when she went in. When she came out, she was 9 months pregnant. There had been no men in there. There is another theory, the Ovis theory. The Ovis theory, pronounced Ovis, again, was named after the Roman poet and writer, again, of lovemaking and metaphors, and so Publius Ovidius Naso. By the way, I use him because he was a black man. Don't misunderstand. You cannot go to a so-called race of people and state whether or not, if they came from a certain country, they were black or white. All Romans were not white. In fact, most Italians now are mixed bloods. This theory was proven by Imhotep. This theory was revitalized by Pythagoras, again about 2500 BC. It was scientifically demonstrated again by the American biologist, Professor Jacques Loeb, Stanford, in the 40s. And utilizing artificial parthenogenesis in biological labs, this doctor once again proved the old Ovis theory was true, that the embryo develops from the egg alone and does not necessarily require spermatozoon, and that is the correct way.
Stop.
Here is the key.
Did y'all hear what this man is saying? I mean, did y'all hear this shit? He's telling you that women don't need men to get pregnant. Are y'all picking this up? And it's been tested over and over again, and it's been proven. So why haven't you heard this? Because white people don't want you to know the truth about yourself. They don't want you to know the truth. They knew this shit a long time ago. That's why they keep studying it, because they're trying to find a way to counter it. Play it.
Hear it carefully. I usually speak pretty slowly when I'm giving lectures that are impacting. Please hear what I'm saying and not what I didn't say. Varied forms of energy, in the forms of radiation from any source, and including radiation from both the sun and the moon or other heavenly bodies, can produce hormonal, chemical energies that will induce in the female zygote, when prime, development of a female cell that will initially divide itself and proliferate through term. And any developing fetus therein will reach term, no matter what that term is. In other words, vibrations and radiation can start mitosis, division of the egg cell. That's the only reason that the sperm can also do that. It is not the sperm penetrating the egg that does it, releasing its DNA, Y chromosomes. It is the vibration of that sperm, because as you realize and you've read, literally millions to billions of sperm cells die out and never make the grail. What they do is to simply die out because their mobility, their energy level, their vibrational rate is not strong enough to excite the ovum or the egg. The one that does make it, after that, everything is over. Look how many it takes to do one act. Consequently, it is understood that it is the vibrational rate, the amount of energy or radiation that causes that, and the sperm cell is only one possible conductor of such energy.
So stop. So basically, he's telling you that there's multiple ways that a woman can get pregnant, and that the sperm is one possible way, and that it doesn't penetrate the egg, right? It causes a vibration to excite the egg, to start the process of birth. The vibration can also come from radiation from the moon. What have I always said? that all of the planets, including the moon and the sun, are females. There is no masculine energy in the universe. So here you have the correct information about how sperm works. It doesn't really penetrate the egg. It causes a strong vibration and it excites the egg and it releases its DNA, giving us the Y chromosome. But this is only one method of a woman getting pregnant, not the only method. A woman has multiple methods on getting pregnant. Play it.
When we start thinking and talking like that, we have to begin to say, well, if that is the case, what is the reason now while many women do not get pregnant until they have a man, if you're talking about something that is so preponderous and so wonderful, Dr. Blair? I state you have to begin to go back into one of the true histories of our planet, and this is where you begin to run into the problems, the challenges, and I love the challenge. At the beginning of this phase, let me explain that hermaphrodites are dual sexed. Anybody who's hermaphroditic or hermaphrodite has both sexes. Androgynous means a male and a female part on the same plant. So what would happen under androgynous takings in the plant kingdom happens in the hermaphroditic undertakings in the animal kingdom, and that has been referred to as parthenogenesis. Are you still with me? All right. High alkaline diets, enzymes, fresh juices, plenty of chlorophyll, oxygen-containing foods, along with deep breathing and exercises, shortens the menstrual cycle. Did you hear what I just stated to you? High alkaline diets, freshly squeezed and freshly run fruit and vegetable juices containing enzymes and life force, heavy chlorophyll containing products. Chlorophyll allows you to do as a plant do to some extent, become photosynthetic. You can change light into usable energy and energy into usable light. High chlorophyll containing diets, plenty of exercise, plenty of deep breathing reduces the menstrual cycle. A lack of the exercise, a lack of life-getting foods and meat diets produces the menstrual cycle and reverts you back to the lower vibration of the animal for the human that you are, the animal person. Most athletic
Stop.
women is
Whatever I said, whatever I've been saying, Dame, that they are poisoning the black woman through her diet. You just heard it. They have removed chlorophyll foods, high alkaline foods from your diet. They're giving you a choice of poison to choose from: pizza, cheeseburgers, plenty of meat in your diet, chicken. Every time you turn around, ham, pork this, pork that. They're feeding you poison to keep you of low vibration level, so you cannot achieve parthenogenesis. They removed the chlorophyll from your diet. And the high enzyme giving foods from your diet and replace them with junk foods, sodas, pizzas, cheeseburgers, milkshakes, sweet potato pies, peach cobbler, blackberry cobbler, chitlins, cornbread. from the rooter to the tutor. This is why you can't. This is why you can't activate parthenogenesis because you are straight poisoned and your body is not functioning properly. And then these foods make you gain weight, which is hard for you to get exercise. Which is needed for parthenogenesis. So the women who were able to do this, their diet was of the purest. And they readily had exercise. They walked everywhere. They walked for miles and miles. They had plenty of exercise. Their diet, the diet that they needed to create parthenogenesis was natural. It's all they ate. Not so today. The woman's diet is garbage. It's nothing but poison. And it keeps her in a low vibration form, so she cannot achieve parthenogenesis. So your diet is the key. Look up chlorophyll foods, enzymes, these things. Start to incorporate them into your diet. Play it, Dan.
Become photosynthetic. You can change light into usable energy and energy into usable light. High chlorophyll containing diets, plenty of exercise, plenty of deep breathing reduces the menstrual cycle. A lack of the exercise, a lack of life-getting foods and meat diets produces the menstrual cycle and reverts you back to the lower vibration of the animal or the human that you are, the animal person. Most athletic women find a wonderful, horrible thing that happens to them. Boy, Blair, you can't get your stuff straight. Wonderful, horrible. What a way to put adjectives together. The wonderful thing is that they find that they don't suffer through the monthly menses, and they may even skip months and even have at the most a 30-hour menses. The horrible thing is they think they're pregnant or worse. That's a wonderful, horrible sensation. Women then, of course, as they have before, then go to the doctors to get straight. And they do. The poor, ignorant mother, please, mothers, don't get angry with me. Let me finish. Not knowing any better, suffers greatly with her daughter. The poor, ignorant father, not knowing any more than the mother or daughter, suffers equally and says, yes, something must be wrong. And they all run to the great white coats in the sky for direction and and help. Please bring it on. Please, my daughter has not suffered, gone through a menses yet, as I have. Make her go through it so I can be proud of her and know that she is healthy. And the guy said, yeah, that's right. They know what they're talking about. And neither of them do. And in many cases, neither does the medical doctor under the oath of Hippocrates that they suffer through too. So ignorance leads ignorance, and the blind lead the blind, and they induce the menses by ways that would turn your stomach. Or maybe you've heard of some of the ways that the present medical allopathic practitioners induce the menses in young girls who have not had a cycle, because they know if they have not had a cycle, that girl is sick, and they want to make her well. By barbaric methodologies, do you want me to spell it out, or can you imagine? Those prone lie-down tables which women help themselves strap into have induced more trauma that some women never get over, but usually on a 6-month basis they go for more. Not only sulfur and drugs that are caustic to epidermal tissue are administered internally to a woman, but solutions and devices are inserted that can even tear up the womb in the best practitioner who has loving tenderness on his or her mind. Some women never recover from that. And yes, it will bring on some kind of hemorrhaging, I guarantee you.
Now stop. Dave, come in here for a minute.
Yes.
Now, what is he talking about? About a table and they go through this situation to try to make the woman have a menstrual cycle? Because I'm lost right now. He's a scientist. I'm not. I'm thinking maybe you might, because you're a woman, you might know something like what he's saying right now. What does he mean? Can any woman
Um,
un- can any woman explain what he's talking about how y'all go through a? You said y'all lay down on some table and the doctor is trying to make you get your cycle or something or some shit.
it sounds like a gynecological exam, but
Mm-hmm.
they're usually not trying to make you go through. But I don't know. I don't know too many people that don't have a menstrual cycle. I know ones that have it like
Mm-hmm.
irregularly, like maybe once every 3 months or twice a year.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I know one that tried to regulate her because it was too erratic, regulated through birth control, but that's about it.
Okay.
Mhm, mhm.
All right, we'll talk about it later. Go ahead and play it.
Okay.
I want to get to it.
The old ways, the folk ways, the dumb ways, using herbals to do anything you wanted to and magnets to do anything you wanted to would be too simple, too simplistic for the modern practitioners of medicine, so they make it a dual thing. You have to usually come back twice a month for 6 months, and they get rich off of your suffering, and then you experience the final crustacea. I mean, the final wonderful thing. You have a menses. Isn't that wonderful? That's because in ignorance, woman thinks that is the only way she can be healthy, and the absence of which means ill health or pregnancy. Oh, how we have suffered through ignorance. Original female, when she wanted to bring forth birth, simply agitated the elements under her direction, under her matrix, and began to form self. First of all, as living beings, and this is the ancient legend when people were not born through eggs, and then later on, as she mated again with animals, had to go through the animal methodology of producing through living birth and through, again, excretion and term.
Now stop.
All
When he's describing the animal way, he's talking about sex, having sex with a man. That's the low level animal way he's talking about. But when she's healthy and her body's in the right state, she does not need any of that. She can achieve the vibrations that she needs to incite her own eggs and make herself pregnant. See, the parthenogenesis is all about vibration. So what they told you about the sperm is an absolute lie. The sperm doesn't penetrate the egg. The sperm provides a vibration that's strong enough to excite the embryo and cause the process of birth. But in the process, right, which is causes all of the pain, is that sperm also releases its DNA and creates a Y chromosome. This is what brings about great pain to the woman. Play it.
original zygotes are female when formed. I
Stop.
repeat, all.
Again, everybody is born a female. There is no male energy. There is no male energy, y'all. Everybody is born a female. That includes a man. He's nothing but a modified female. That's all he is. That's why when he's also in a broken state in which he malfunctions, what does he do? He converts back to his natural birth form, a female. This is why you got a lot of males out here right now with feminine attributes. They are no longer working properly. Think of them as malfunctioning toys. They are malfunctioning. So they are reverting back to their natural birth state, which is female. That's why they behave the way they do. Me, my body is functioning normal like a man's body's supposed to function. But when men's bodies malfunction, they revert back to their normal feminine birth state. This is why you get a lot of overly emotional males. And many of them become effeminate. It's not a fucking disease. You're not born with it. Play it.
Original zygotes are female when formed. They later change. Usually after 6 to 8 weeks, the male fetus starts to secrete testosterone. Otherwise, it would remain a female. All males start off life as a female in the womb, presently
Stop.
in the moon cycle.
Starts off as a female in the womb, giving instruction to from the woman's body to morph into a male at 6 weeks. This is per instruction of the woman's body. This has nothing to do with no fucking male sperm. The woman determines everything about the child. The man doesn't determine shit. How? When he himself is born a female. So the next time one of these doofuses tell you, well, the race of the baby is determined by the father, ask them how when the father is born a goddamn female. And can only turn into the male per instructions from the woman's body. So how the fuck can he determine anything? And his sperm never penetrates the fucking egg. So how the fuck does he determine anything? Ask him these questions. Now you're educated. You have the information. Play this tape back. Study it. Start asking questions. Hey, wait a minute. You said the man does what? And his sperm does what? Well, not really, because I have information that the sperm doesn't penetrate the egg at all. And that's scientific fact. So what are you talking about? Show me your evidence that the man's sperm does all of this. Now you're armed with the proper knowledge. Study this tape. Ladies, start stonewalling these bums with the truth. Let him know that his sperm doesn't do shit. It doesn't penetrate the egg after all. It just provides a strong vibration, which gets the process started, which is totally controlled by the woman's body. And the only thing a man's sperm does is release DNA and chromosomes that cause the woman pain through childbirth. It doesn't determine the race of shit. The woman determines that. The woman's body also determines who gets to stay a female and who gets to turn into a male. You understand? Play it.
Hear this now. It's going to start getting worse with each sentence. Bear with me. Sometimes a small quantity of testosterone is secreted, just enough to make testes form on the developing embryo, but not enough to utilize proper brain chemistry and pituitary gland balance, and indigenous homosexuality is produced. What did he say? What did he say? You don't want me to repeat that? I know you don't want to hear that again. Yeah, you do. I knew it. It's gluttons for punishment, aren't you? Just like going to the MDs, some of them. Sometimes a small quantity of testosterone is secreted just enough to make testes form on the developing embryo, but not enough to utilize proper brain chemistry and pituitary gland balance, and indigenous homosexuality is produced.
Stop.
Decreased ability.
Wow. Even I was wrong on that one. That just fucked my head up. I had a different understanding about homosexuality. So according to the doctor here, you can be born homosexual because he just said it. It doesn't, sometimes the testosterone doesn't produce enough to create proper, brain chemistry and pituitary balance. And he said this is what creates indigenous homosexuality. Wow. I stand corrected. I didn't think they were born like that. Apparently they're telling the truth. Wow. Okay. Play it.
Utilize proper brain chemistry and pituitary gland balance, and indigenous homosexuality is produced. What did he say? What did he say? You don't want me to repeat that? I know you don't want to hear that again. Yeah, you do. I knew it. It's gluttons for punishment, aren't you? Just like going to the MDs, some of them.
Yeah, stop.
Small quantity of
Yeah, pretty black magic woman. He was powerful. When he was there, did you see all of them white scientists sitting in the front row? And they were scared to even talk. They won't. They would not question this man. You know why? Because they know the shit he's saying is true. They have already uncovered it through a medical apartheid and experiments on black people. They know black people's biology already. They know he's telling the truth. That's why his science has never been debunked. Because white people have the same information. They know he's telling the truth. Why do you think they got rid of him? They murdered his wife first, and then they finally got him. Because he was telling black people, he was teaching black people about their own physical biology. You don't know nothing about your bodies. You only know white biology. You don't know black biology. Play it.
Some of them. Sometimes a small quantity of testosterone is secreted just.
Somebody get Flying Monkey 666 out of here.
The developing
Stop
embryo,
it. Stop it, Dane.
But not.
Somebody get him out of here, please. Dane, let me know when he's gone. Get him out of here. That's fine. He can screen share all he wants. Okay? He can't debunk none of this. RBR, you listening? You're being made a fool out of.
Oh, shoot.
Dang, what are you doing?
Pretty Black Magic was accidentally timed out. Let's see. Okay, yeah, he's been gotten rid of.
Yeah, get Flying Monkey out of here. And if RBR is simulcasting, right? You're being made a fool of, you stupid fuck. I told you all of these things was true. And you ain't smart enough to debunk A scientist like Dr. Delbert Blair. His science is impeccable, my friend. He's impeachable. And anyone y'all over there listening to that dumb fuck, go right on ahead. We got truth over here. Real science. Black biology. Not that white shit RBR wants you to listen to and believe. This is about black biology. Play it, Damon. Go on mute.
All right.
Enough to utilize proper brain chemistry and pituitary gland balance, and indigenous homosexuality is produced.
Stop. I got to stand corrected. I didn't know that they were born like that. So I have to say that I was wrong on that. I didn't think they were born like that. But according to the scientists here, the doctor, they are. And he explained how. Lack of testosterone, not strong enough to produce the proper chemical balance in the brain, and pituitary balance, which can lead to, which causes indigenous homosexuality. So they were telling the truth. They were telling the truth that they were born like that. Well, that's why they killed him, bro. Speak. Okay, that's why he was murdered. They got his wife first. They tried his wife several times. They finally got her, and they tried him several times. They finally got him because they know what he's saying is the truth. That's why they never tried to debunk it, because they got the same information. They studied black biology. They know he's telling the truth. Black people don't know the truth because black people don't know anything about their own biology. Play it.
Gets worse. Birthmarks are the mental impregnation and decreased ability of woman to still mark and control the fleshly vibratory cell states within her body. In other words, if you are frightened by something, usually in your second or third trimester, if you crave something, usually in the last of your first, second, and third trimester, if you are any way involved with something that stays on your mind, you mark your child or fetus with that thought. Now, before you laugh at that, how many of you have craved the strawberries, which shows a lack of calcium and phosphorus and a need for iodine, and then you have a strawberry patch on the baby, usually on the left side of a boy, the right side of a girl. The boys usually carried higher, and the girls usually carried lower, and so on and so forth.
Okay, now stop.
We're going to just reverse that because the boys.
Now, Dan, come here for a second. I want y'all to check something out. Dame, come alive for a minute. In the back chat, haven't you heard me say several times over, right? Right? Be careful how you think.
Yes. Yes, definitely.
And how it can affect you and affect your child when you're pregnant and stuff. I've said all these things already. Okay? It can also create birthmarks on the child.
Yeah.
See, ladies, go on mute. See, ladies,
there's also been passed down wise tale.
Stop. Get all of the flying monkeys out of here. Any flying monkey y'all see, get them out of here. Okay? Get them out of here. Thank you. Anything with flying monkey come in, get them out of here. Okay? All right, go ahead, Dane. What happened?
Oh yeah, there's been stories passed down to pregnant women that be careful, what you react strongly to, because if you hate somebody, you market your child.
Exactly.
Or if you love something or love somebody.
All right, okay, I don't mean to cut you off, but we'll get back to that in a minute. All right, and so understand something, ladies. Whenever we're learning truth about ourselves, right? White supremacy goes into action. All their agents come out of the woodwork. You got that lunatic RBR over there who is an agent for white supremacy, right? He's over there trying to debunk this scientist as we speak, but he can't do it. It's impossible. Okay? And we got trolls coming in here to try to disrupt what you're being taught. That's their job. Whenever black people is learning truth, they come in and they try to disrupt it. They send in their best coons, their whitewashed, brainwashed Negroes like RBR, coons like fucking Flying Monkey, and other trolls. Get rid of any flying monkey, y'all. Get rid of him. Get rid of all of the flying monkeys. Okay. See, there's an all-out attack on the truth. They don't want you to know the truth. Whenever you speak in real truth, here they come. It's like clockwork. I told y'all this would happen. When we start speaking truth, they're going to come and try to tear it up. Get rid of the flying monkeys and report them. Every time you get rid of them, report them. Because he's spamming the chat. Report him. Report him. Yeah. See this shit? They're coming in here trying to disrupt what you're learning about yourself. We're trying to teach you something about yourselves that they're keeping away from you. And they're sending all these trolls. And let me tell you something, that flying monkey dude, that's a black man doing that. That's City of Truth. That's a black man doing. I want y'all to know who's doing that. A black man is doing that, y'all. That's not a white guy. That's a black man doing that. Trying to disrupt the chat, trying to keep you from learning something about yourself. And you got that other coon, Sambo, over there, RBR, same thing. Their job is to keep you deaf, dumb, and blind and stupid. That's what they do. RBR don't give a fuck about black people. RBR is paid by white supremacists. Understand, the trolls that are coming in here like Flying Monkey, Soup Bone, and all these other motherfuckers, these are black people, not white people. RBR is a black man, not a white man. Well, he's a white man in the black skin, but he's so-called black. These are black people doing this, y'all. Okay? Tyrone Jackson, these are all black people, y'all. See how they come out of nowhere? And you know, and I'm glad it's happening. So you can see what takes place in real time. Whenever black people are gathered and trying to learn some real shit about themselves, here they come. Here they come. And these are black people. RBR sitting these trolls over here. RBR is black. Or so-called black. All right, play it. Let's move along. Let's finish the learning.
It is bigger, usually lower for the boy, higher for the girl. And the child is usually marked left or right, depending on its sex, with your thought. You're scared by a mouse, or you're frightened, or you think about if a mouse ever ran across, I'd probably faint. Here's a little mouse mark on your child there. It begins to break up as the cells expand, but you can see it distinctly at birth. Or you have these cravings. That shows at one time you could mentally control fleshly cells, especially within your matrix and sphere, and now You don't know how to any longer, so it kicks in, but you don't control it. That is mind power, now at its most deficient. At one time, it was at its most proficient. Dermoid cysts are the undeveloped cells starting the first trimester of fetal development, and microscopic examination will verify that fact. You are budding outside of the womb. Most cysts are mutating cells that do not follow a pattern. Dermoid cyst is a birth in the cavity, what they call the operoom, that does not have a womb and usually results in a huge cyst that must be removed. Teeth, hair, and cell structure can be readily seen on a dermoid cyst. Fibroid tumors are the result of the vibrations budding along the reproductive organs and tract, but not being able to start the mitosis, and so they just act as little buds throughout the reproductive area, especially when meat is present in great degrees in that female system. You didn't hear either of those things either, did you? No, I know you didn't. Well, then buy the tape. The word conception means to conceive mentally. Look it up. The word conception, first IBID definition, means to conceive mentally, not to conceive in the womb.
Stop.
Take a deep breath. Now.
Stop. Okay, let's put that to the test. He said the word conception means to conceive mentally and not in the womb. Let's put that to the test. Then take him off screen for a moment and look up the word conception.
Okay.
Take him off screen first.
All right, then. Conception. Okay.
Ah.
Conception.
All right. The action of conceiving a child or a child being conceived. That's the first definition. The second definition is the forming or devising of a plan or idea. The way in which something is perceived or regarded. A general notation, an abstract idea. A
See,
plan
all of those,
or intention.
right. See, all of those things are mental, right? They added in the child. So if you go back a number of years, right, they had a different definition. It was all mental.
Yeah.
So this shows you that they tampered with the definition in order to fit a patriarchal understanding. The other definitions are all mental ideas. So the doctor is right. It means to conceive mentally. They added in the child thing for a patriarchal understanding. It really doesn't mean to conceive a child in the womb.
Here's the last one. It's very interesting. Understanding. Ability to imagine.
Exactly. See, all of that's mental. All those other definitions are mental. So what does that tell you? What is the odd definition there? The conception of a child. The original definitions are all mental. So the R went out, it's the conception of a child. They added that in, and they changed the order in which the definitions were read. As you can see, the original definitions are still in their untouched state. They are all mental. Every last one of them are mental, with the exception of that oddity, which is child conception. which is an outright lie. Okay, put him back up.
Okay. Oh, and Manoa Island, no, conception is not the same as perception.
Now we get to the real rough stuff. You thought this was rough, this was nothing. Now it gets rough. Man descended from woman. Circumcision is the artificial means to finalize that separation, and when the race of man was having a hard time making it here, especially certain kinds of man, human, the foreskin tried to cover the penis just as it is cloaked in the clitoris, and consequently, the male had to actually cut off his foreskin as he tried to become what he once was, a woman. The male testes is a woman's descended ovum now encased within the scrotum. The male penis is an elongated clitoris. The female fallopian tubes, named by Fallopius again in 1523, is nothing more than the male vas deferens or urethra duct, which is both of the fallopian tubes joined together, an amalgamation of the fallopian ducts. The male prostate, which males usually by the time of 12 to 40 have problems with and usually don't even function well after 40, the reason why is now going to be explained to you. It is nothing more than an atrophied womb. And every man has the vestibular mammary glands that go along with it, and during times of pregnancy of a woman can lactate. And during times of the month can lactate too, especially if those mammary glands are titillated or excited. I know it's rough to hear it and take it, but you think about it, and when you find me wrong, then we'll talk about it. The bulbourethra glands of the male are equal to the larger so-called vestibular glands of the woman. It simply means that amongst the male gland reproductive is a gland called the orchic. How many men know where their orchics are? How many men knew you had an orchic?
Okay, stop.
How many women?
Okay, then take him off. Excuse me. Let's see if we can find that orchid. Right? He said orchid, right? Let's see if we can find that orchid. Orchid. Let's see if we can look that up. I never knew I had no damn orchid either. Let's see if we can find that. Somebody get that bot out of here. I'll be right back then. I'm going to look for it. I'll be right back.
Oh, I'm so sorry, y'all. I talking to y'all the whole time and I was muted up. I apologize. Uh, so I think I found it. I'm waiting till Max get back over it. And Manoa Islander perception is the ability to see, hear, or become aware of something through the senses. All right. Yeah, I apologize for that, y'all. I thought I unmuted myself. Okay. Hello. All right. So I believe I found it.
Okay, I'm back. Did you find it, Dane?
I think so.
What does it
It,
say?
it says orchid exists to have men's lives from testicular, prostate, and penile cancer through pioneering research and promote awareness. That's the only thing orchid that I found dealing with the body.
Okay. Play it.
Play it. Oh, I'm sorry. Here we go.
Know that you have three glands that you've never been told about, and one of them you've only partially been told about. That's why I list it as a third. Don't leave yet, then. The female thyroid gland has three lobes. The male thyroid gland has two lobes. And the reason why the female thyroid gland has three lobes is because she tries to store up thyroxine through iodine storage and is always usually craving it in a deficient way. The chemical iodine we get here is not the sodium iodine that she needs, and she's always craving iodine. The closest substitute is simply iron. It is not the substitute source. Seaweed and plants like Corvella and chlorophyll containing water plants give her most of those proficient things. Land plants usually can't make the grades, and most of the women that take chlorophyll will find it's from alfalfa. That's why they're not satisfied physically in their thyroid reproduction. Thyroxine is not rich from land plants, which also have chemicals within them. Hear well something I know no other white man or black man has told anybody in here, and then all you have to do is do the research to see if it is true. The other two female secret glands is one called the epiphoron, E P double O P H O R O N, the epiphoron.
Okay, Dane, back it up. I'm gonna
In
write that
good
down.
physiological guys,
Dane, stop it. Back it up. Hold on. I want him to spell it again so I can write it down. I'm gonna look it up. Back it up, okay? A little bit. I know you said EP, right?
All right.
Play
All
it.
right. Okay.
Shout out to Miss FedEx. Hope you're getting better, sweetheart. We're in class tonight, man. We're actually learning something about our biology that white people never teach us. And coons like RBR try to help white people keep away from us. He over there right now trying to debunk this, talking about it's a 1972 tape, 1973. I don't give a fuck. It's a tape from 1862. Truth is still truth. But he's a Sambo. He's here to get you to conform to white supremacy. That's what he gets paid for. He's a coon. He's an agent of white supremacy. Play it, name, so we can get the spelling.
Black man has told anybody in here, and then all you have to do is do the research to see if it is true. The other two female secret glands is one called the epiphoron, E P double O P H O R O N, the epiphoron.
I got that one.
In good physiological guys and studies of physiognomy, It is between the ovary and the uterus in what is called the mesosphinx. Yes, MESOSAPINX, the mesosphinx. And look it up.
Okay, we got them all.
Physiological text.
Mesosphinx.
Med store near a pre-med college, and you don't even have to take it out. Just glance through, look it up, write it down, leave the book there.
Okay, damn, I got them both. You got them both?
The Epuferune in the mesosphinx is something.
Dan, you got them both?
No, I need the second one.
The second one is MESO.
EMSO?
No, MESO.
MESO.
SAPINX.
SAPIN. Okay.
Yeah.
And let me make sure because it seemed like my hearing is off. And the first one is EPOOPHORON.
Yeah. Epuferone.
All right. All right, everybody. I got that.
Okay, look up the Epuferone first. Take him off the screen.
All right.
Ladies, we're going to put these terms in the chat, ladies, so y'all can, we're just going to check the spelling and the definitions, and we'll put both terms in the chat, and y'all can write them down at your leisure and research them on your own to your heart's content. Learn something about your own biology, something that white people won't teach you. We just want to confirm the spellings, Dame. So, Epuferone.
Okay.
Type it in.
Okay. Oh, okay. EPOOPHORON.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Put that in your little lookup thing.
Yeah. And a Ronomary tubulus in the. Oh, they got the other word spelled in there too. MESOSAPINX. Okay. All right. So I got just the correct spelling for both words. Well, we always had the correct spelling. One. Okay.
Yeah, put them in the chat.
Okay. All right.
So, ladies, this is something about your biology, something white people keep away from you. So you can try to understand better who you are. And again, you know, when you're learning about yourself, there's going to be opposition. As you can see, we were attacked several times tonight. Okay, that's the first term right there, Epuferon. And then number two, come on, then get that second word in there so we can go on with it.
All right, second word's in there.
All right, ladies. There go two terms for you that you can research and learn about yourselves. All right, Dame, play the tape.
Called the Par-Uforun. P-A-R-O-O-P.
Okay, P-A-R-O-O. Hold on. We got one more. P-A-R-O-O-P.
Text, or just go to a med store near a pre-med college, And you don't even have to take it out. Just glance through, look it up, write it down, leave the book there. Within the Epufaroon in the Mesosphinx is something called the Par-Ufaroon. P-A-R-O-O-P-H-O-R-O-N, the Par-Ufaroon. It produces seminal fluid.
Par-Ufaroon.
Just like in a male.
You got it, Dame? I got it. You got it? Stop it. Take him off the screen again.
Okay. I got P-A-R-O-O-P-H-O-R-O-N.
All right, drop it in the chat, y'all.
Okay.
Drop it in the chat. Ladies, look up these 3 terms. This is for you, so you can understand your biology and get you a one step closer to understanding yourself and who you really are and what you really can do. This is the beginning of the Black Woman is God series. We will have another one to where we're going to be stepping up the information to even more powerful science.
All right, there's the 3rd word, y'all.
Okay, my chat must be behind. Let me go out and come back in.
Okay. Okay, there it is. All right. Yeah, I wasn't prepared to go to school today. Well, I did say when I was reading the Unfair Use, they're going to learn something new today. Oh, even I didn't realize how new. or is it old stuff relearned again? Okay. Yeah. So, hey, you don't have to take our word for it or his word for it. Do some research.
Okay, class. Homework assignments. Those 3 terms right there. Study them, look them up, research them. Okay? All right, research them. This is Black biology. Learn about yourselves. Ladies, learn about yourselves. Learn about what's going on with your bodies. Okay? Homework assignment. Write those terms down, study them. We're going to ask you about them from time to time. Maybe when I do the next series, I'll put one out there and see who's doing their real homework. And that'll let us know who's really interested in the information and who isn't. Brothers, you can study these terms too, so you can increase your own knowledge of Black biology. And we're going to do a series on the brothers too about our biology. Our biology is even different from our women's biology. Okay? So study these terms, class, homework assignment, those 3 terms right there. At some point, when we come back and do a part 2 to the Black Woman's God series with more powerful information, I may bring these terms up and test y'all to see who's been studying, see who's learned something, see who's very interested, see who's getting something out of this information. All right? So that's the homework assignment for the night, class. Okay, then go on with the tape.
All right.
Those glands, in many cases, are atrophied, and the eating of salt is one of the things that atrophies them, as it does the thymus gland, which is a gland of youth. Those glands reflect from the biblical cord. That's not what you call it, is it? I call it the biblical cord. Unbiblical is what it's supposed to be. I say that because it is through misteachings of a religion that sought to subjugate women and bring them under church control that the truth of these books and things that talked about it have been squelched and hidden. They are now called apocrypha. When a woman
Stop.
is exposed to moonlight,
That's going to be our next learning session, y'all. We're going to bring out the Apocrypha, right? And how they try to, suppress this information and change information, like he said, to subjugate women and bring them under church and state, okay? Like the biblical court, it's been changed to unbiblical court. We're going to tell you why. We're going to give you the reason why it was changed, but its true term is called biblical court. And there's a reason why it's called biblical court. Get that bot out of here. Okay? Play it.
at certain days of the month or sunlight at certain days of the month can suffer again even worse menses based again on the amount of meat in her system and the thoughts on her mind.
See, stop.
All.
Let me tell you women something, okay? Meat is the worst thing that you can eat. It's bad for men too, but it's even doubly bad for women. Y'all should never consume flesh. Never, under no circumstance, should you consume flesh. Okay? Flesh for you will wreak untold havoc through your body. Okay? If you are meat eaters and you are women, shame on you. Stop eating meat ASAP. That's 50% of your problems. Maybe 60%. Stop eating meat and you will remove at least 60% of your problems. Okay? Y'all should never consume meat because y'all give life. Y'all should never consume meat. Meat will devastate your body. Okay? So y'all eating meat, I don't care how harmless you think it is, you need to stop it. If you want to regain your health and you want to find out how your body truly functions and get it back to that functioning state, meat is the first thing that has to go. It has to go, along with other things, cigarettes. Wine is good. You can have wine, but don't, liquor, no. You know what I'm saying? Alcohol, no. Wine is good, though, but definitely meat. Get rid of it. Don't even do it to yourself. Meat will screw a woman's body up so badly. Okay? Y'all should never be eating meat. Play it.
Animals with vertebra follow the moon cycle. And that's why every 28 days, give or take a half day, they suffer the menses. It is the animal portion of woman that is pulling her down. Mitochondrial DNA is which your
Stop.
allopathic doctors will bring on you. And
You heard what he just said? It's the meat. See, if you stop eating meat, you'll start to feel better. You'll start to think clearer. You'll be in better control of your emotions. You'll get stronger. Meat is really hurting you. It hurts everybody, but it hurts you more than anybody else. If you are a woman, meat is your enemy. You do not want to be consuming meat at all. Your body is not built for meat. Play it, Dane.
your geneticists will back up, and they really don't understand it, but I will tell you what they will tell you. Mitochondrial DNA has an opponent. It is called nuclear DNA. Nuclear DNA is a mixture of both parents' genes. Nuclear DNA is a mixture of both parents' genes. Mitochondrial DNA is inherited only from the mother and
Okay,
is
stop.
altered only by mutation.
Okay, so, okay, according to the good doctor here, mitochondrial DNA is of the mother only, and the nuclear DNA is consistent of both parents' genes. Okay, the nuclear DNA. All right, I know that to be true. I've looked that up already. Okay, play it, Day.
And this may be of what led to the original
Stop.
separation of races.
Women, I'm telling you, the healthiest information I can give you right now for you can stop immediately is smoking, drink, consuming alcohol, and meat. You can have wine, but those three things, you have got to find a way to stop. That's nearly 90% of your problems. Meat, alcohol, and smoking. Okay? That'll give you up to 90 some percent of your problems right there. You have to understand your body is different from everybody else's because you can bear children. So it reacts violently to certain types of things, especially meat. Okay? You're a female, you're a woman, meat is a no-no. Your body can't handle meat. Okay? So you're a woman, you got problems, overweight and all of that. Stop the meat, stop the smoking, stop consuming alcohol. And 90% of your problems will disappear. And then we can deal with the other stuff, which is the only thing left is the diet. We can fix your diet. We can remove all of the shit out of your diet and get you some more chlorophyll foods, iodine foods to help your body function properly. But the meat has to go. There's no substitute. It has to go. It gotta go. Play it.
On our planet and the proliferation of the newborns, the mankinds.
And stop.
That once more to you. It is a very
and women, you ain't even got to work out. You wonder if you overweight and you got problems, you ain't even got to work out. All you got to do is just simply, I know it sounds, easier than said and done, but you stop smoking, drinking alcohol, and stop consuming meat, and your weight will start to fall off of you like water, like sweat. You won't even have to work out. As your body starts to unclog itself and starts to rid itself of all of that toxic shit, you will lose weight very, very easy. You ain't even got to work out. Okay? Get rid of those three things. That's your biggest problem right there. That's causing all your problems. Your diet has to do with it too, but, meat's a part of your diet, but you know what I'm saying? But definitely meat. Don't do it. Don't do it. Meat will destroy your body. Don't do it. Meat will fuck your body up. Meat will mess your body up so bad, you won't be able to recover from some things. So stop eating meat. Stop consuming the alcohol. Okay? You can have wine. Wine is good. Wine is natural. Yeah, I'm not suggesting you turn into a wino. Okay? And I know it's going to take time. You might have to wean yourself off it. Some of you are probably heavy drinkers. You're knocking back Jack Daniels and all that shit. You might take some time, Just start slowing down. And wing, if you can't go cold turkey, start slowing down, Start with having one less drink. Start with eating one less piece of meat but just get it started and gradually build up to the point where you can do without all of them. Okay? But you got to get rid of them. Play it, Dane.
very heavy proponent. I'm not being egotistical. If you haven't heard this, listen to it and go out and do the research. Two types of DNA that they speak about, mitochondrial DNA and nuclear DNA. Nuclear DNA is a mixture of both parents' genes. Mitochondrial DNA is inherited only from the mother and can be altered by radiation and even thought. It is very unstable DNA molecule. We're told that again, the X chromosome belongs to the female and the Y chromosome belongs to the male. And when you get double X and double Ys and things like this, you get anything at all.
Stop,
I will
stop,
state
stop.
to you that a woman.
Shout out to Bro Speak. I agree. Definitely get off the Jack Daniels. leave Jack alone. Okay? Leave Jack alone. You tell Jack you're gonna see other people. You know what I'm saying? Tell him it's not him, it's you. Like, hey Jack, I gotta see other people. It's not you, it's me. Play it, Dan.
Has the mental ability to change the chromosome pattern of any DNA molecule, or did. Oh woman, if you only knew who you were, then man would know who he is.
There you go.
Were taken away from the homeland by which virgins were born, and from the identification in Nubia and in Mesopotamia and amongst the Anasazi, in the underground realms of the pyramid, where the first earth woman was put on the surface to be tried for creativity. If we understood what went before, we would understand better the dream flashes when we begin to try to understand who we are. So much has been taken away, as I used to understand it, 96 books, and now I understand it from a brother last night, 240 books. But either way, the missing books of what we call the biblical book of the Bible, that if we had it all back as they did at once the library had owned, we would understand who we were, when our gods and creators were coming back, and when the universal cosmic logoi would sanction the end to this foolishness on this planet. Let me state that 2000 is the year. The awakening has begun, and now women must worry about cysts, because as our sun puts out more energy in this summer, that's all you're going to hear about, women will begin to produce cysts like mad. And if you eat meat, you're going to produce dermoid cysts and go through all kinds of trauma, especially the lower the phylum of the meat that you ingest. Because the vibrations are low and the body must get rid of it, and the sun will work on it and will try and bring it to term, because that's why it thinks you ate the meat. Did you hear me? You didn't hear me. About to wind up, and I know there won't be any questions or comments, will there? Lastly, as we conclude this way out presentation that I don't know anybody is going to present other than me, so I'll stay around so you can ask questions of me, is simply this. Mankind, human, angelic man, and gods will be on this planet this year. Before, just mankind and human shared an innocence and an ignorance, and now they no longer can live with each other in peace. Therefore, as one awakens, one must go to sleep. Cycles reverse. We are in the midst of a dispensational reversal of what is called a dispensation and a sensation. We're leaving the sensory vibrations of the third plane and are going into the fourth dimension once again. Those that change will find the menses will begin to cease, so don't go running to the doctor to stab you, please, and pay him for doing so. But understand that a change in frequency is your blessing, and one of the curses will be that they will not get the money from you by selling all the devices on a monthly basis to supposedly the 5 billion people on our planet that are females. Understand also that if you work with your mother, father image, which is your natural heritage, as the angels that you're supposed to be, many other things will begin to heal themselves if you just go natural, meaning natural herbals. Instead of drills and scalpels, magnets and crystals. Instead of all of the drugs, the vitamins and natural herbals and the trees and the barks. And it's very interesting. If you're keeping your lawns in the summertime now, you have the hardest time trying to stop those daggone weeds from coming up again. And you will spend half of your monthly income either on your mortgage payments, your rent, or keeping your lawns pretty. Those of you who are fortunate enough to even have lawns. Well, you won't have them long anyway because the weeds are coming back. One of the signs of the time is when weeds begin to grow, man is going to suffer because the weeds are your medicine fools. Pick them now, dry them out, get the seeds, and live. It won't cost you a cent. Don't throw them away. When they throw them away, pick them up and don't let them put the dioxides and dioxazines and everything else into them. Get them now while God is blessing you. The manna is coming and you are burning it up and throwing it away. It's for free. Study your basic herbal guides. You'll see them growing in the streets. The Creator has not forgot you, neither has Jehovah. Understand who you are and pick them and store them now so you may live, and at least the women will not have to go through menses in the time of trials. The radiation that the sunflower carries will help you to develop a higher consciousness if you don't let it become poison by going through the wicked master's cultivation system and being resold to you. Grow your own. Understand again that as you develop the higher consciousness, the new life forms born to you will be the gods returning in a form that they will transform the earth. That's why these precious young are being fought over, but not by the nuclear Negroid family, but by the Caucasoid state. And you're giving your children up to the state, right and left, not understanding you're giving away your gods. Your goddesses, if you don't understand that God has no plural. God is one. Those who are low in vibration think low in vibration, reproduce low in vibration souls, and will suffer through the pangs of karma. Those who raise their consciousness call forth advanced souls. Their own bodies are quickened and purified in the undertaking. The male also gets healed in the undertaking, and the new soul can teach you until it becomes psychically closed by all the drugs and things that this present false civilization will give to them. The blessings have never stopped. The intelligence of once was a prosperous people was taken away. But don't feel bad, it was taken away from everything born on this planet. In conclusion, this time, like all time, is a good one if we but know what to do with it. I thank you.
All right, Dan. All right, get him on the screen. Okay, drop the link. All right, y'all. That was Dr. Delbert Blair. We do have another tape of his that was just more recent. I think it was the last tape before he was murdered, where not only did he double down, but introduce some more powerful information, which I think was the catalyst that got him killed finally. So we'll hear that tape the next time on the Black Woman is God. And then we have other stuff. We're going to be talking about the cosmic egg in the universe and how the feminine energy works along with the black wounds. I'm sorry, black wounds. Well, we may as well call them black wounds. They call them black holes. And we're going to uncover the truth about white scientists and what their purpose really is here on Earth. And one of the reasons why they don't want the black woman to know who she is because they don't want the black man to know who he is either. Think about it. How would you feel if you knew that your mother was a god? Brothers, sit back and think about something. How would you feel if you woke up one morning and came into the self-knowledge that your mother was a god? and she gave birth to you. So if she is a God and she gave birth to you, what does that make you? This is also knowledge that they don't want to get out. They don't want the black man to find out who he is either. That he is born of a God and has the earthly birth, has a birthright of God given abilities. The black man in his natural state is already considered in some areas of the world as a superhuman. So imagine if the black man had knowledge of self and truly understood who he was, that he was born a living God. That's knowledge that they don't want him to know either. You see, it's one thing when you talk about something, it's another when you come into understanding. That's a whole different animal. When you come into understanding, it changes things. You understand? It changes things. See, the black man don't know who he is either. That's why he running around here like a chicken with his head cut off. He don't know what the fuck's going on either. He doesn't know that his mother is a god. So him not having knowledge of who his mother is, he doesn't have knowledge of self. He don't know who he is. He knows he has all of these natural God-giving abilities, but he don't understand who he is. He don't know how to unlock their full potential. He doesn't know who he is either. So you confuse one. If you deprive the one, you confuse the other. So by depriving the woman of her knowledge, it confuses her offspring. And her offspring is also ignorant. See, we've been watching too much TV, right? White people have given you all of these fanciful versions of gods. You know, Amun Ra, the god of. I mean, the Greek got so many gods. Egypt, I don't know who got more gods. I think it's either Egypt or the Greeks. They got gods. I think maybe it's Egypt. Man, they got so many gods that they got like several of them are the same kind of god. Like, what God is this? Oh, that is the God of crossing the street. Well, what God is that? That is the God of sitting down. Well, what God is that? Well, that is the God of walking down the street. Okay, and that God, that is the God of looking in the mirror. And what about that God? That is the God of taking a poop. And that God, that is the God of urination. Interesting. And well, who is that God? Oh, that is the God of odor. I mean, Egypt got like mega. They got so many. It's ridiculous. It's a mockery because they don't want you to know what a real God is. That's why they mock what a God is. You know, to keep you confused as to what a God really is. And then you don't really have no real knowledge of what it is. You think he's some spooky boo in the sky or some dude walking around with an animal head. See, y'all won't challenge reality, right? Y'all believe in myth and symbolic shit too much. And you watch too much damn TV. A motherfucker walking around with an animal head, that's a problem. That's not a God. That's called a problem. There's something is wrong. Okay? Something is wrong. Some dude walking around with a dog with a head of a dog. That's a problem, y'all. That ain't no God. That's some kind of monstrosity. Human monstrosity. That you walking around and see a dude with the head of an eagle. Hey, look, man, that ain't. Hey, that's a problem. And so y'all been caught up in all of these myths. This is why they feed your imagination with all these mythical tales of Hercules and Icarus and Thanos and the Avengers and Perthes and Samson and all this stuff. One of the crazy now, the Bible got some crazy stories, but one of the okay, we all well, not all of us. Some of you actually believe in that ridiculous story of Adam and Eve, but Samson to me is also suspect, and King Solomon too. Okay, I don't care what I don't believe he had that many wives. I know what it says in the Bible. I don't believe it. There ain't no. What is a man doing with 700 women? You can barely handle one woman. 700? Can you imagine the estrogen? 700 women. These fools over Solomon has 700 wives. What? You look. If you had 700 wives, you'd be dead. Okay? Those women will kill you, man. You ain't pleasing those 700. You out of your damn mind. Only a fool will sit up here and believe that he could please 700 women. That's a fool with a death wish. And these stupid ass, you know, sex depraved fucking perverts, that's what they believe. You see, a lot of these dudes don't have no rhyme or reason to their life, right? They just exist for sex. I call them sex livers. That's all they live for is sex. They want to be surrounded by women and women that just have endless sex. No rhyme or reason to their life. That's all they want, is just sex. I was going at it with Rude Imp, right? Some little dirt rascal pimp that think he's a lady man, and the only thing on his mind is pussy. There's a lot of young brothers like that. That's the only thing on your mind. That's why you don't have anything now. And that's why you get tricked a lot and you get exploited by people because they know that you don't give a fuck about nothing but sex. So you get exploited. They come along and tell you some bullshit. Yeah, man, you pimps and hoes and pimps. Run that cash app. Yeah, that nigga talking that game. Know what I'm saying? So let me tell you, so Spooder and Tommy J are sitting on the porch, right? So Spooder says to Tommy, "Hey Tommy, yeah, what up, Spooder? Man, I need me some hoes, man. Dude, why you sound like you from down south and shit? I'm just saying, dog. Just need some hoes. Nigga, where you get that accent from? Talking about, man, that's why I always talk. No, nigga, you bullshit, man. But you need some hoes? Yeah, man, ain't no hoes around here, man. Hey, man, I heard about some dude down the street, man. Know what I'm saying? Nigga named Black Pill Jones. Black Pill Jones? Yeah, a nigga named Black Pill Jones. Let's go down here what he's saying. Okay, where Black Pill Jones? Where Black Belt Jones at? Not Black Belt, you dumbass. Black Pill Jones. Oh, okay. Is that him? You talking about the dude in all black? Yeah. Yeah, that's him. Is that what he carrying? That's his microphone, dummy. I don't see no speakers or nothing. He don't need one, man. That's Black Pill Jones. Just take a listen. All right, brothers and sisters. Well, not the sisters. You are the root of all evil. Get away from my brother. I am Black Pill Jones. It's about pimps and hoes and pimps. Hey, Tommy, you right, man. This Black Pill Jones is the shit. I know that shit was heavy he just dropped, right? That nigga said hoes and pimps and hoes. I know, right? Let's listen to some more. All right. I'm Black Pill Jones. Let me tell you what it's about. Brothers, I'm about to drop some heavy knowledge on you right now. It's always been and always will be about pimps and hoes and pimps. Yo, that nigga dropping that shit, yo. I know, man. Yo, what's that he got with him? Yo, that's a big garbage can and shit. Niggas throwing money in it. Yo, man, you got your check this week? Nah, man. You know, my boss said I might get paid next week. Nigga, you ain't got no job. Yeah, man, but I'm just saying, man, it's inflation and shit. You know what I'm saying? All right, I got a few dollars, man. Okay. Let's go up to Black Pimp Jones. Hoes and pimps and hoes. Yo, I'm about to throw this $25 in. Yeah. Give him $25. Do the $25 in there. Yo, let's hear what else you got to say. And that's what I'm going to say for you brothers today. And make sure you fill up my garbage can. And remember, pimps and hoes and pimps. Yeah, Black Pimp Jones. That's what it is. Hoes and pimps and hoes. Hey, man, that nigga was the shit. You heard that knowledge he was kicking? Yeah, man, that nigga said it was all about hoes and pimps and hoes. That's what I'm saying, nigga. Hoes and pimps and hoes. Pimps and hoes and pimps. Yo, did he say anything else? No, all I remember was hoes and pimps and hoes. Hoes and pimps and hoes. Yo, when's the next time Black Pill Jones coming down? I don't know. But wherever he at, I'm gonna be. Why, Tommy J? Cause you know it's all about them pimps and hoes and pimps. Yeah, man. Hey, Dan, come in here.
Uh-huh.
What do you think about tonight's show?
Learned a whole bunch of new facts. Had a few questions I've always had answered. And
Man, Solomon. Hey, bro, I don't believe that. Man, dude ain't had no 700 wives, dog. Ain't no man. Look, let me tell you something. 700 women will kill you, man. Okay? You know, that's a death wish, bro. It's hard enough to deal with one woman. 700? Dude, I don't believe it. I know what the Bible said. I ain't trying to be disrespectful. I don't believe that, yo. I don't believe that. I ain't down that dude had like 9 or 10 wives. I mean, he was a king. You know what I'm saying? And back then, having more than one wife was no big deal. I mean, I ain't dispute he probably had like 5 or 6 wives hanging around or so because he had money. I mean, he was the king. You know what I'm saying? But 700? No, I don't believe that. That's ridiculous. I don't believe that.
I don't think he actually did anything with all 700 of them, all the 300 concubines. He just accepted them until he can find them another. As long as they stayed virginal, it could be other men's wives.
I mean, well, I can see if he did it because he was a king. He had like untold riches, and he could definitely financially take care of 700 wives. He probably did it to keep them off the street or something, to make sure they had some nice place. I could see him doing something like that, you know, and occasionally sleeping with 1 or 2, but trying to please them all, that's ridiculous. Okay, I don't believe none of that. But I'm thinking he probably kept them off the street or something.
It's possible. Sure. Oh, um,
Well, I mean,
there were some families that used to marry their deceased brothers' wives, to keep them from being destitute or starving to death.
I like the way I tied in Adam's behavior to the behavior of black men today.
That was good.
Y'all like how I did that, yo? How I tied Adam's behavior to the behavior of black men today? That was pretty slick, wasn't it?
Hmm.
Black belt, Black Pill Jones. It's about hoes and pimps and hoes. Nigga ain't saying nothing else. Hoes and pimps and hoes.
Okay, enough.
What are you
Um,
saying? Are you saying that we cannot be pimps?
yeah, and there's definitely no
I'm going to go.
HOE garden
I'm
tools in here.
I'm going to take a pimp class. Me and the La La Lay, we're going to take a pimp class. I want to see what it is to be a pimp or a poop.
Okay, I'm gonna let your ex-wife know where you at.
Yeah, bro. Speak. I believe something like that. I thought, yeah, I think it was something like that. I don't think he just had him for pleasure. Yeah, like you said, probably to keep peace in the land and
Mhm.
and stuff like that. Because he definitely wasn't. Come on, let's be realistic.
Mhm.
Okay,
Yeah,
ain't nobody put it out like that.
yeah. He's a king. He don't have time for all that. He would never get anything done. And he judged on court things.
Yes, yes, Phoenix Gene, this is true. The god of poop, but is the god of making sandwiches. Who is this god? Well, he is the god of making sandwiches. And this god, well, he is the god of not cleaning up his room. Dave, what do you think about the god of not cleaning up his room? You sound like somebody messy to live with, right?
Hmm?
What do you think about the god of not cleaning up his room? Would you want to live with him?
Yeah.
And who is this god? He is the god of getting on your nerves.
Oh, well, he's been very active.
Hey, Phoenix, if you met a god that was called the god of working your nerves, would you be interested? Who is this guy? He is the god of working your nerves.
Like, no. I have enough of that at work.
Egypt got all kinds. Egypt gods is off the hook, yo. Yeah. The god of making paper airplanes. The god of corn on the cob. He is the god of he's the god of Coca-Cola. Ah. The Phoenix gene. Mm.
Yeah, that's
I am
not
pleased to.
on his character.
Yes, Phoenix gene. I am a vampire. I am Derolacula at your service. It's been a long time. It's been a long time, Paisley. I have not seen you in such a long time. I've been hiding from Theodora. She's still been
Yeah.
after me. She have taken all of my bats from me, so I have no more bats.
Hey, as long as she didn't take the other two, you'd be all right.
No, I ain't walking around a vampire with no bats and a missing fang. I still have one fang, because Theodora have taken the other one. She have taken my fang, yo.
Hey, well, if you would pay your child support, you wouldn't have to take your fame.
But I am a vampire. What is child support? My children are dead, even though they are walking around at night. They do not need child support. They are
Yes, they
dead.
do.
They're trying to explain to them.
Yeah, you know how much it costs at the blood bank to feed them.
We do not pay. We go into. There are humans out here that they can suck the blood out of, and there are also animals.
Mm-hmm.
You want me to pay child support for dead children? My children are dead. I know that they are vampires, but they are dead. Don't need child support.
Yes, they do. We gotta clothe and feed them.
They they sleep in coffins in the daytime.
Somebody
Are
gotta
you
pay for them coffins.
are you kidding me? You
Yeah,
do not pay rent in it.
the children need a coffin.
You're trying to charge me rent on my coffin?
I'm trying to
What
charge you
kind
to
of
pay for the coffins for the children.
haterade is this? This is
Is it,
haterade.
are you trying to kill your children?
Are you jealous because my coffin can be moved around at will?
I'm gonna confiscate your coffin. The
You are
children
you are
don't have
jealous
some
because
place
you
to
do.
sleep.
You are jealous because I can move my coffin and you cannot move your house.
Hey, the children needs coffins to sleep in.
You know I had a party the other night in my coffin. You know it was a
Yeah.
little tight. It was a little tight, but we had a couple of people in there. A fight broke out and someone blew the top off. I have just built a new top to put on it.
Mm-hmm. Well, at
They were
least you.
shooting. They were shooting in there, but they were unsuccessful because they forgot that we were all dead already, and the bullets did not matter.
Mm-hmm.
But it was a cool party.
Mm-hmm.
This reminds me, I have to get a bigger coffin. So what is
No,
going
no,
on here?
you need to pay for the children's coffin before you
What
get
is
a
going?
bigger one.
I do not have to pay for children. I told you my children are dead. They are vampires.
Yeah, but they
Do
need a
not need
coffin.
any money.
They need a
Vampires do
coffin.
not need me. They have
The
the coffin
children need.
already.
No, they don't. Not
Okay,
all of
so we go to the cemetery and dig up a couple of people and take their coffins. What is it? We are
we are not
vampires. We
getting.
are very
We are
strong.
not getting used coffins for the children. The children
I
deserve
saw a
brand new
beautiful
coffins.
cemetery up on the. I saw a beautiful cemetery in the white section. They tend to have
No,
beautiful coffins.
you know
We go to
white
the
people
dime. We
are
go. I tell you, we get a couple of shovels. We go to the white
worms.
cemetery. Wait a minute. We go to the white cemetery. Go dig up a couple of rich white people and take their coffins.
You know they got lice and worms and all this stuff. We're gonna get
I
brand
went
new
to
coffins for the
we
children.
we went to the black cemetery and tried to dig up a few folks, but we got caught in a few drive-bys. We did not want to go there anymore. It was dangerous. It's more peaceful at the white cemetery. If
Yeah,
you go
not
to a
the,
black cemetery, you might likely get caught in a drive-by. Or I got robbed one time at a black cemetery. They tried to stick me up from the only thing I had left.
so
And the
you
man had an
paid.
unusual, and the young man who stuck me up had an unusual request. He said, Dracula. I said, my name is Dracula. Right? He said, open your mouth and come off your shine. I did not know that my gold fang was shining in the moonlight. Oh,
I think Theodore sent them to confiscate your fame. How else would they know that you have a gold fame?
right, listen, I tell you, we got a couple of white cemeteries we're going to go to. A couple of famous white people that we're going to dig them up and throw them out and
You
take
know
their very expensive coffins.
you know them people don't bathe. If you think they were
We
funky
are
while they were alive, you can imagine
we
what it
are
was like
we are
when you're dead.
we are vampires. What do we care about smell? We are
A
vampires. We are
lot.
already we are already rotten flesh.
No, no, no. My children are not gonna be rolling
But
around
but
in
I am
used
but I
white people coughing. Who knows what they got? They
but I
don't
am
clean themselves.
but I am developing a perfume for vampire. Well, not the perfume, eh? Cologne. No, maybe an oil, a scented oil. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
It is called Death Before Dawn.
Okay, you mean dead after dawn?
Well, that's for the women.
Oh, but we
Death
can't use
Before Dawn is
cologne.
for the men. If for the male vampires, Dead After Dawn is for the women. The
Uh-huh.
women vampires. Listen, I have changing the terminology for women vampires.
Mm-hmm.
We
So we're
call
not
them,
vampires no
I
more?
called, no, I call them vampires.
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 Okay, vampires. You know what? I still like
Yes,
vampires better.
vampires. This give us the, this give us the natural ability not to turn into blade. And then, well,
Nah,
don't harm each other.
I think I prefer the vampires. It sounds like empress.
Vampires.
It sounds like fembots.
We have to advertise in the underground, in the dead sector. The TVs do not work, in the afterlife. Do you know we cannot watch television?
Why can't? What you mean we can't watch television?
Because we are dead. Dead people do not watch TV. You have to understand something. When you're dead, you're alive. All of
You
the
only,
principles of it.
you
Wait a
only.
minute. Let me tell you.
Okay.
When you are dead and you are still alive, all the principles of being dead are active. You have to follow the rules of the dead. So dead people are always dead. They do not watch TV. I cannot go and turn on the TV and watch it. Nothing will come on. Because I am dead, also alive. I am dead.
Okay. But you only did in the mornings. So you watch TV half the time. Once
You do
you
not.
once you're alive at night.
Well, apparently you do not understand. Anyway, thanks for hosting me. Tell Max that I see him later. I feel Theodore approaching. I must leave. This woman has been trying to kill me for 245 years. I do not want her to succeed. You know she's stronger than me, right? If she
Yeah.
comes here, tell her, give her my love. I will take my adieu. Later, everyone. Peace, power, and unity.
All right. Peace, power, and unity. All right, everybody. Now that I have met Derelactica, uh, I hope you enjoy him. He's the derelict vampire. His ex-wife Theodore is after him for back child support. Yeah, so that's why he keep insisting that he don't owe child support because his children are dead. Oh, hey, Max, Black Knight, Derelactila, Derelactid, Derelactila says hi.
Well, I hope y'all learned something tonight. We just hanging out now, y'all. The link's in the chat if y'all want to come up, Miss FedEx. I saw you on somebody's panel, so you want to come on up and try it. Come on up. We haven't talked to you in a while. Phoenix Jean. Don't y'all be scared. Yeah, we hope so, man. And listen, remember the homework now. We gave y'all homework. Scroll up to get those terms. Try to at least study one. You ain't got to study them all, but just try to learn something about yourselves. I would like to see that you're learning something about yourself. You know, and I enjoyed this. This is the series that I enjoy. When I get part two ready to go, I'm going to have even more fun. Like, it's going to ramp up. We got more and more powerful information. That lunatic over there keeps talking about some 21st century science. His fucking dumbass has no idea what's coming next. with his stupid ass fucking genome project. Fucking idiot. But anyway, doesn't even know how inaccurate that shit is. But but yeah, so we try to have fun every now and then. We're really not supposed to be on tonight, but I wanted to kick off the Black Woman's God series. Sundays and Mondays is usually our weekends here at the Ebony Star Network because we work on Saturday nights and stuff with the ladies' night, which was a good show last night. It was a little rough in the beginning. The ladies were just waking up, taking from their naps because they usually go to sleep before ladies' night. But any conversation in the chat?
No. Something about y'all need to go and get Jack. I'm talking about Jack Daniels, and this was great. Y'all crazy. I'm going to bed. The
Big
plantation
Jason.
requires my presence tomorrow.
Yes, that plantation. Go and get that money, y'all. Oh yeah, according to RBR, if you got a job, you're killing off your race. And we're supposed to take a lunatic like that seriously. We're supposed to listen to him. All right, well, anyway, that's the end of it, y'all. Me and Dan, we're also going to cut out. Hopefully, you learned something. Look out for our part 2 of the Black Woman is God series as we break down the science of why the Black woman is God. Okay? Dan, get the music ready, and we'll holler at y'all probably on Tuesday because we ain't going to do nothing tomorrow because we're on our weekend. Okay? So big peace, power, unity going, Dan. Get us out of here. Peace, y'all. Remember your home.